Hello, everybody. Welcome to the PAX South Hearthstone Major. I am Firebat. Joined with me today is Brian the Rat Cortade. We will be bringing you the action. This tournament is sponsored by GEICO Gaming. Make sure you live tweet at One Nation of Gamers and let them know about your car insurance. Anyway, how's it going, the Rat?
It's going well. I'm excited to cast the event. I'm excited to see some of the players we haven't seen in a while competing again, like Amnesia, Trump. I think Orange is there too. So I think Strife Crow, your teammate.
Oh yeah, Strife Crow is definitely there. Just talking to him about lineups and stuff. He's thinking about how to break into the meta. A lot of Tempo Mage cycling around, actually. It had some recent success in some of the Chinese events, and that's starting to, come over across the ocean and see some play on this side. What do you think about that deck?
Yeah, I mean, Tempo Mage did really well for Luminosity yesterday in the Trinity series. I think it's a fun deck to play, right? So if it's ever close to being good enough, you're going to see people wanting to bring it.
Really? You think people play this game for fun? You don't think it's a strictly competition game?
No, I think that the majority of players play for fun, actually.
Yeah, believe it or not. So we got some classes here on the screen, and is this the classes that are playing, or are these just like fillers? Have we not had the players yet?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I believe these are just fillers for now.
Okay, just fillers. All right, so we're getting the players underway, and this is a 256-man tournament, right? Huge.
I think it's only 128 people, but
okay, 128. All right, sure.
That's
a lot of rounds.
Yeah, we should have games constantly coming.
All directions.
Since the players are being rotated in and out. I'm excited to see Tempo Mage, actually. I think that some of the players will bring it. especially how it's done well this week. I like seeing the Flame Waker, man, with the coin and the Arcane Blast and the Arcane Missiles and all the spells.
Reddit would hate you. They do not like seeing the Flame Waker and the Arcane Blast and the missiles and all the spells. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't like it either. Personally, me and Flame Waker don't have a good history. We have a very negative track record of getting along. Like, me and Flame Waker are like that kid in kindergarten that just always get in fights and end up having to go in separate corners because it just never works for me. It just always screws up, always hits the wrong things. It's always like there'll be like 12 minions in the field. Impossible, obviously, but, you know, roll with it. And one of them will be Imp Gang Boss, and it'll hit the thing 4 times easy, no matter what. It's just ridiculous.
Has Flame Waker ever won you a game?
No. Flame Waker, if my opponent's at 1 health with an empty board, Flame Waker will hit myself in the face 5 times. That's what's going to happen. Like, I can't even... I'm getting tilted right now. The game hasn't even started yet. I'm already about to quit. I can't.
Well, I kind of need you here, so hopefully that doesn't happen.
I don't know. You might lose me, man. We get into 5 Temple Mage games, and I start watching Flame Waker do work, and I might just have to piece. It might be all over.
Yeah, but it's just like Rogue, right? You get some spells, put them together, get some value.
Rogue is art. Rogue is you paint a beautiful picture, you have this magnificent setup, and you're just Picasso, and you just go in. And now to compare that to Tempo Mage, that's watercolors. You're just throwing paint at the wall and hoping it sticks. It's totally different method, totally different whole thing. Like, you got to have a degree to play Rogue. You have to go to school, the art of Rogue, learn how to do it, calculated. You know, you get your ruler out, straight edge, and you make lines with a purpose. Now, Tempo Mage, you literally just need to go to the store, pick up your Crayola watercolor set, and throw it at the wall. That's how you play Tempo Mage. It's much different.
This analogy turned out a lot better than I thought it was when you started. that was pretty impressive. I liked it. I mean, there is a little RNG. The missiles are flying here and there. But it looks pretty. Everyone likes fireworks, right?
Everybody does like fireworks, I guess. I don't know. Depends. Sometimes you get fireworks and they just fizzle, you know? You gotta get the illegal kind. You gotta get the real fireworks. Then it's cool. If you get those lame ones, like, why do they even make those? Does anybody enjoy the little things?
The little kids who don't know that the bigger fireworks exist.
Yeah.
It's all about safety too, right?
Safety.
Yeah. It's like a druid pick.
It's like a druid. Druid's so unsafe. What are you talking about? Druid's the easiest deck to get 3-0'd. Druid gets beat up by Rogue. Druid gets beat up by Pirate Warrior. Druid gets beat up by Shaman. Yeah, that's that thing that always gets banned. Forgot it existed. It gets banned so much. Yeah, like...
You got Wild Growth, Innervate. Those cards are just good. The deck's win rate is usually always pretty decent. I mean, it's a little lower in this meta, but hey, the Jade Druid, we've been seeing it do better lately.
Let's test these facts. Let's go to the Vicious Syndicate meta thing.
That's a good choice.
The Vicious Syndicate Data Reaper. All right, let's take a look at the Rat's Druid statistics.
I don't know if these are my statistics.
Okay, yeah, you're better at Druid than all 7,000 of these people, yeah.
Hey, Orange has pretty good Druid statistics. I hear he's good at Druid.
That's true. All right, so Druid win rate across the board comes out to 48%. It is in the lower half of the decks available for your selection.
It's not.
I don't know, Rat. We might need to up your knowledge, or you didn't do some studying before the stream, I guess. I don't know if this is going to work.
But if you see on the Data Reaper, that I'll have to pull up now since you've made it such a point.
Okay.
Let's see here. We click here. We go here. Defend myself.
Yep. Case your point.
I didn't think this was going to go down like this.
I do this.
I preferred the watercolor analogy, honestly.
Okay, you don't like the stats. You like watercolors better than stats.
I like the stats, but I thought you were pretty articulate.
Okay.
Good
so you want the cast to be more watercolor focused, is what you're saying? Less on point, more watercolor. we got to downgrade.
I consider myself a stats man, Firebat. You know that.
Right. Well, what writing utensil is stats are we going with? Are you saying like you want to go pen like that deep in the stats, or are you saying more like a pencil eraser sort of setup going on?
Let's see here. You know, Jay Druid beats Reno Priest. That's a
real
favorable
deck.
matchup.
Yeah.
Beats
You know what else
Reno.
beats Reno Priest? Every deck in the game.
It beats Reno Warlock. It also beats. Let's see here. Gotta read this. Reno Mage beats that deck really well.
Does beat some Reno Mage and some Control Warrior.
And it's like,
I think Reno Mage is going to be quite popular, so I think it's like not that bad if you want to try and get the Reno Mage.
And there are a lot of Control Warrior players in this tournament. I think BLPS is there. I think that even some of the older players that we're going to see at this tournament, they tend to like control decks or favorite control decks.
You named one guy out of 128.
That was that's the first one that came to mind, but I'm sure there's more.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people rock out the Control Warrior. I don't think Druid's that bad. I just wouldn't say it's a safe pick. I think Druid's a gamble. Like you're gambling, they're running the control lineup. I think if anything, that's the more accurate description. You're rolling the dice when you queue up a Druid into the tournament format at the moment, I'd say.
Yeah, let's see the percentage here. Definitely bad against Rogue. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad against the Patches decks, which are all three of the most common decks.
Let's see.
You get to ban one of the Patches decks, but there's still two more. I think the most common lineup is going to be 3 Patches decks and Mage.
It's interesting. My stats versus Jay Druid as Shaman actually haven't been that great the last 2 seasons. And Noblord recently tweeted a player in NA that his stats haven't been that great versus Druid either as Aggro Shaman. As they take out the Auctioneers and they run more of the double Druid of the Claw list, they get a lot better versus Pirate Warrior and against Shaman. It's a pretty common
worse
list
against the other stuff. And if it's a common list, then that's the list that's going to be reflected on these stats.
I mean,
I don't know. I think Druid is a gamble against control. It's an anti-control deck. You try and queue against control. You don't versus control, you're sad. If you versus control, you're really happy. You get free wins. It's fantastic. You love it. Take that to the bank. Get your trophy. Go home.
Yeah, definitely a weaker deck in Conquest for sure.
In Last Standing, though, that's where it can shine.
Yeah, you've been casting a lot of tournaments lately. You've been seeing Druid. The Chinese players like it.
2 days, I've casted a tournament. And yeah, the Chinese players, there's like 3 of them with Druid, I'd say, but mainly the European and North American players love the Druid. We saw Eloise bring Druid, and we saw Zixo bring Druid, and I think Osaka also had Druid. And everyone that brought Druid got eliminated, but like in groups. So I don't know. But that was because that was the big outbreak tournament for Tempo Mage when I was casting that, and they were bringing 3 Patches classes and Tempo Mage and Conquest. And Druid just constantly got 4-0'd.
Tempo Mage does a pretty good job against the Druid.
Yeah. So like my position against Druid's kind of skewed because that was the last tournament I casted, and it was just watching Druid just get murked left and right and upside down and sideways. Because everyone was like trying to target Druid/Rogue with their lineups there with just aggro Mimi decks.
I'm fully convinced that Druid's horrible now.
Okay.
I already didn't play it, just for the record. I already didn't play the deck.
Opening statement. Druid's a really safe pick. I love Druid. 5 minutes later, Druid sucks.
Traditionally, Druid's safe, maybe not so much right now, but I personally haven't played Druid much this season. I don't really like the deck in the current meta, but I have no doubt that we'll see it here today. Looks like the brackets are live.
A lot of Pirate Shaman, a lot of Pirate Warrior. I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Pirate Warrior and almost everyone's banning Pirate Shaman. And it's going to be a lot of walking the plank.
I think there's more levels to it than that. There will be eventually, but for this tournament specifically, where you have this mix of players, where you have casual players, a little bit slightly more competitive players, and you have professional players, I think you're going to see people try to be not try to go too far out there. If you're a pro player, just bring the best decks, and usually outplay the non-pro players, So there's no reason to get too fancy. Or maybe you think that like if you have a better chance of beating lower skilled players with control decks, So all of a sudden you bring control lineup. Looks like we got our first match.
Frodan's going to be the first match.
Frodan versus
pretty interesting. Wolf. Typically speaking, I'm the one playing and Frodan's the one casting. So a little bit of role reversal here for me.
Interesting turn of events.
Yeah.
What do you think Frodan's playing?
I think Frodan is playing. That's tough, actually. He plays for Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm plays the wildest decks out of anybody I've ever seen compete in
There's gonna
Hearthstone.
be some control.
Yeah, there's gonna be there's gonna be some
There's
meaty
gonna be
control
some
stuff.
control.
The last time I saw Frodan play the game of Hearthstone competitively, he whipped out Bog Champ Shaman. He was one of the first guys rocking that, so that was interesting to see as well. Just that team of players, Just Saying and Gara Best Shaman, they all play like the weirdest stuff. They usually do not play traditional stuff, so I think Frodan's going to have a treat for everybody. I think he's going to play some off-the-wall things. He's not a type of guy that likes going in just playing the standard stuff. He wants to try and figure out the meta and play something off the wall. And usually he figures out something quite creative, and he often gets pretty deep with it.
Yeah, he definitely fancies himself as a innovator. When he goes to tournaments, he likes to try to do something a little bit different and spice it up for the viewers, and try to show them that you can do something other than just play the best decks.
Yeah, and it usually almost works.
Almost.
Almost works.
Frodan's tournament record isn't too bad, you know. I don't personally agree with the strategy, but I'm more of a best decks kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean, best decks is usually statistically right, but you also would worry about, like, how much fun do you have? How much exposure do you get? All that sort of other factors could play a role. And Frodan's usually a guy that goes to tournaments looking for exposure and fun. And that's what you get when you start playing Bog Champ Shaman and stuff. So I'm expecting here, we got the classes updated. I'm expecting some sort of wacky Reno Mage, Reno Lock or Handlock, and some sort of Control Shaman from Frodan.
You think that's a Control Shaman? You're calling it right now.
I'm calling it right now. He's bringing back Bog Champ. The hero the meta deserves.
If he's playing the lineup like this and you don't see a rogue in there,
it's just all
you gotta think it's all control decks.
Yeah, it's Control Warrior, Control Shaman, Control Mage, Reno Lock, right? Like trying to target out the shamans and whatnot, and now he's going against Wolf, who just happens to be the priest rogue mage lineup with no shaman.
Wolf just not bringing the shaman.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing, where, like I said, you can try to get control, but there's a lot of players in here that don't necessarily compete often, and they don't necessarily just want to bring the best decks. So you bring decks that target the best decks, and here we are.
Yeah. Sometimes you verse that guy in round one that doesn't have all the cards. He hasn't crafted shaman yet. So you try and target shaman, and he just doesn't own shaman. And now suddenly you're versing a rank 15, and you don't know what's going on.
I don't think the bans are actually finalized yet. I expect Frodan to probably get rid of that rogue.
Yeah, rogue seems reasonable if we're expecting him to the control lineup.
Dragon Priest is pretty good against control decks too, with the Draconid and all the extra value. And you got some pretty beefy bodies, so it tends to do pretty well against Reno Mage and Control Warrior.
Yeah, because Control Warrior, Reno Mage are trying to kill every single minion. And if you look at the Dragon Priest deck, it's got about 4 spells in it. Maybe 6 spells in the whole deck. Maybe 7 or 8 if you have, like, Holy Novas and stuff added in. But everything else is a minion. And the Control deck's job is to try and kill every single minion. Well, it's hard to do when most of their deck is minions, especially minions that generate other minions. It's, like, very, very difficult to remove every single one.
Yeah, especially when you get to play cards like Netherspite Historian and with Bran and the Draconid Operative. It's just they get to steal your big minions. Netherspite's playing big minions. I mean, you get a big dragon off Netherspite pretty often. Maybe we'll get to see. I like Netherspite, man. It's kind of a fun card.
Fun card.
I lost the game last season because the guy got noticed Domru. I just didn't have enough time, man.
Well, I've lost to Nazdormu before. The Trinity series made some misplays because Nazdormu was on the field.
You just don't see it often. The rope starts coming up, the dust is going.
Yeah. In the Trinity
I'm from
series,
Michigan.
You got 3 people. So you got 3 people trying to talk about what the correct play is. And then Nazdormu hits the field, and there's 3 people yelling at each other trying to figure out what's going on. Very difficult to make the correct decision.
Yeah, I'm not used to sand, dude. You're from Michigan, too. You didn't understand. Except for when you're at the lakes.
There's like lakes and Sleeping Bear Dunes, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, but definitely no like beaches or sand like California,
This is an interesting point. So if you go to the lake, is that a beach? Or is it just sand on a lake?
It depends which, some lakes have nice beaches. Some are just like...
Okay.
not very beachy.
But it's a beach, right?
I mean, the landscape needs to be that there's a sand like gradient into the water. If there's
Okay.
not like a slope of sand going into the water, at least extending 6 to 7 feet in, then no, it's not a beach. Then it's just
Okay.
the edge of water. Because a lot of times you'll see the edge of the water. There's no gradient at all. It's just a strict drop off into water, and then it's grass,
Like a
rocks,
cliff.
and trees. Yeah, it's just that's not a beach. I mean, it's not like as steep as a cliff, but like it's just woods and then water, and then it's like that's not a beach. You wouldn't swim there. You cut your feet on some rocks and stuff.
Yeah, that's terrible. I got distracted. Your cat is in the background just jumping around, I think.
Okay, yeah, you doing that. Yeah, sometimes it gets up on the chair, like right here, just like chills.
Nice, nice.
It's like a Mexicomic cat.
Yeah, I'm looking to the bracket to see if there's any nice matchups that we might see later on. We'll have to see how it pans out. Usually these things are seeded, so you won't see too many top players clashing early.
Okay. Our seeds determined.
I'm not sure. Usually they're determined by HCT points, things like this.
Things like this.
Yeah. Traditionally HCT points, I think, for the ONOG. Maybe they're going off of previous ONOG points. As there is an ONOG series that usually comes to us every year that they run with opens that you can play in online and qualify.
Terrific.
Into premier tournaments,
Yeah. I've played some ONOG tournaments before. Some open cups. Some friends and hanging out. Grinding some open cups on a Tuesday or whatever. Classic.
Yeah. I think that the ONOG Open Cups are actually some of the best tournaments online, open-wise, that you can play in. They got nice prize pools, usually pretty good competition. Yeah.
Well, don't you want bad competition? Isn't that ideal? So that
no, I'm not all about winning, man.
You're not. I really enjoy winning.
I'm about
be honest right here.
Proving my skills.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If I win, but I misplay, I'm not going to be happy, man. You see Life Coach in the Trinity series? It's like that.
I mean, does that mean you also dance around and yell stuff?
Different strokes for different folks, Firebat.
I don't know. You said you're like Life Coach. I've never seen you
in that way
and make sound effects.
I get down occasionally, I do like to dance if I go to the club.
Expecting to see some dancing.
I wouldn't plan on it. I'd say that's less likely.
I mean, you're the one that's kind of committed to it already. You kind of like raise everyone's expectations, and I feel like now if you didn't do it, you'd be letting everybody down. And
it's more likely that
like a fibber. I don't know. This seems like you kind of make promises.
I'm already gonna throw under the bus here. It's more likely that this pre-stack is an aggro pre-stack than you see me dance today.
So if this is an aggro pre-stack, you're gonna dance.
I will dance if this is an aggro pre-stack.
Does anybody have Wolf's number? Can we contact him on Twitter? Get this deck list changed around
Looks like it's Wolfgang Lupos.
Yeah, just hit him up on the Twitter.
I think that he's sitting down right now to play on his Asus laptop that's provided for the tournament.
Wow.
Asus, one of our sponsors. You gotta check them
out.
Yeah, it is a nice laptop. It's the Strix GL502 laptop, Firebat.
Color does it light up?
It probably does light up. Most laptops do light up. I used to have an Asus laptop, actually. Those things are a tank, dude. Have you ever seen an Asus laptop?
No, but I've also never seen a laptop that looks like a tank.
I mean, relative to laptops, it looks like a tank.
What was there's that one brand of laptop that they advertised that you could like throw it out a window and it wouldn't break? Like hard.
They call it like the Rock.
I don't know, but there's literally a laptop commercial I remember seeing where a guy opens a window, throws his laptop out, and then goes down, picks it up, turns it on. Like that's the commercial.
This sounds more like a YouTube video.
I don't know.
iPhone smashing. Actually, my dad used to have a phone called the Rock, and its whole purpose was that you couldn't damage it. Like you could drop it as much as you wanted to, because he works in not construction but machinery.
Huh.
He actually got an OtterBox for his iPhone. And he was smelting something with like a torch, and he didn't even realize it, but it was just burning the iPhone case.
Yeah.
and then it had like a perfect circle in the back.
I knew a guy that he had a waterproof phone, so like he thought like he could just like throw it in water and it'd be fine because it's waterproof, right? So then like he was just like, check this out, my phone's waterproof. He throws it in the water and then like picks it up and it just doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, that's pretty
Like,
unfortunate.
that's really dumb.
I kind of want to get a new iPhone just so I can use the iPhone in the shower. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I like listening to music. I know you can get like a little Bluetooth speaker, but you can just bring the iPhone in there.
And then you can
watch
like
some streams. You can watch the Onog in the shower.
In the shower.
Would you ever do that?
I mean, if I was, no, probably not. No, I don't think so.
Have you ever watched a stream in the shower, Firebat?
No, not any streams. Not even like attractive girl streamers. Never even turn that on in the shower.
Oh, this is a whole different area, man. I wasn't even saying that. You know, you're taking this a whole different direction.
No, I don't really have any need to watch things in the shower. Usually I just get in, get out, 5 minutes tops, do my business.
No, not me, man. I take the long showers.
Take the relaxing showers, right?
Oh, yeah. I think that's important, man. It's an important part of my day.
I mean,
it's like
it depends,
ritual.
like, who you live with, right? Like, my girlfriend's going to use all the hot water. So it's like, I have to take a short shower.
That's a legitimate problem in Michigan. Trust me, I understand. When I used to have roommates, it was a battle, and then I would take shorter showers. Actually, you're right. Or I just wouldn't take a shower until the hot water was back. Sometimes you gotta take a shower, but you just can't take your eyes off the nonstop Hearthstone action that's going on in the tournament stream you're watching, like the Onog. So you gotta take the phone with you, right?
I guess I don't know. The one thing I hate about the iPhone though is they got those. They don't have the headphone socket anymore, so you gotta have that like adapter to then plug in your headphones, or you gotta get the wireless headphones that cost extra money. I don't know. I was gonna get one, and then they like that whole thing deterred me. And I was like, I don't want to deal with that garbage.
It's a pretty good piece of machinery, but anyways, there's other good pieces of machinery you can also buy in terms of cell phones.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still rocking like the Galaxy S4. Like, I just got an old school. I don't know. Phones are too expensive, man.
Oh, phones are too
they all do the same
Firebat.
thing. I don't know. Like, why do I need a new one? This one works just fine. I can, hit decline on calls just fine with this one.
Never answer.
I mean, usually people calling me just want me to do something.
I was there when Trump and Crip got their first smartphone, believe it or not.
Yeah, you told me this story. I remember, yeah.
ESL, 2015.
They got their first. I mean, gamers don't need phones. We have a computer that is a phone and more.
Yeah, no, it's real. This is a real thing. I think HTC sponsors TSM. I'm not actually sure, but at any rate,
HTC phones for free.
They got themselves some new smartphones. They both had never had smartphones before. Trump was he couldn't believe it that you could talk into the phone and it would do something for you. He was like, Google, nearest Denny's. Yeah. Bam. And it popped up for him, and he couldn't believe it. He does love Denny's. That's true.
Insane. He loves the value of it. And Popeyes. He loves him some Popeyes.
I didn't know that.
I've had Popeyes with Trump 4 times.
What does he get?
Loves Popeyes. Chicken fingers, Popeyes stuff.
Chicken fingers are pretty decent at Popeyes.
He gets whatever's on sale, man. He goes for the value. Like, legit.
I've been to Denny's with him twice, I think. I think he just got I think he's just a very traditional Grand Slammer.
Grand Slammer. The Grand Slam's good. You can't beat the value either.
I went to Denny's a lot in my life, and I'm not a big fan of the Grand Slam. But
what do you get then?
Depends. Sometimes I get an omelet.
Omelet's overpriced for what you're not getting a lot of food for your dollar there.
I'll admit, man, the omelet a little pricey, but they also have the 2 to 8 value menu, and you can go ahead and they recently brought it back. You can get the little chicken wraps. I think it's like 4, and they come with some fries. They used to have something that they nicknamed the heart attack sandwich. It was a grilled cheese with mozzarella sticks in the middle as well.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, but the real play was that you got the grilled cheese with the mozzarella sticks in the middle, $2. It was cheap. And then you had them take the mozzarella sticks out of the grilled cheese, and it was cheaper than buying mozzarella sticks.
And how much is the hospital bill?
That comes way later when you have money. It doesn't matter. Right now, it's all about, saving up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
no,
like
I
me some
mean,
mozzarella sticks, man.
I definitely dig some Denny's. It's just everything is just covered in butter there too. It's all bad for you, so bad.
It's not the best place to eat, but
I mean, it's good. It's just not healthy.
I don't prefer it to. I mean, I prefer it to IHOP, but
I
I
think
use IHOP.
IHOP is healthier than Denny's. And that's like comparing like just
Uh,
unhealthy thing to unhealthy thing, but I think it's slightly healthier.
I'm not convinced that's true, but I do think the IHOP usually has better breakfast items. But once you go out of the breakfast area, oof,
Oh yeah.
it's questionable.
Denny's is the prime 2 a.m. target.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to IHOP a few times. I went to IHOP just recently, actually. When's the last time I was at BlizzCon with Frozen in Osaka. We went to IHOP. The food was good, they said, but the smell of IHOP was terrible. Yeah, it
Okay.
smelled really bad, actually.
That's
Yeah.
not a good sign.
Yeah, you don't want to go in a place and eat when it's smelly, because then your food usually just tastes worse, right? Because
Yeah, because you're like taking in that
It's messing
aroma,
with
and
you.
it's like complementing the food. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's
I like some
that's not
hash
what you want.
browns. You like hash browns?
Yeah, who doesn't like hash browns, man? It's French fries in shredded form.
All out there. Do you eat it with ketchup?
Yeah, who doesn't eat hash browns with ketchup?
I don't use ketchup, man. I just like the hash browns as they are. Some good old
That's so
potatoes.
dry. That's what a.
I mean, it's still an upgrade. I grew up on a farm, so we just pulled the potatoes straight out of the ground.
You just like eat them like an apple.
Not quite, You still wash them. Like we're sanitary. Come on now.
You just rub it on your shirt and just.
I'm just imagining that, and it just seems so terrible.
I don't know. I've never pulled a potato out of the ground. I don't know how much dirt accumulation it has.
Yeah, I haven't either because I didn't grow up on a farm. But
Oh, okay. So you just lied to me. You made all that up.
yeah, you already branded me as a fibber. I figured I'd just go with it.
Oh, okay.
We
Good.
got a narrative building. It's all about storylines.
That was a good storyline about your farm and your potatoes.
All right, looks like we almost got the players ready here. There was a little bit of an issue,
Mm-hmm.
but they're firing it up.
Yep. Is Frodan like putting on his makeup or something? What's going on?
I wonder if we'll see a new hair color. Frodan was at Genesis last week. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but that's a Smash Bros.
Oh.
Tournament. He was competing. He fancies himself a little bit of melee in his spare time. I don't think he did too well, but those tournaments are tough, man.
Yeah, I mean that's a scene that's been like the same people competing for like 10 years now. So
It's just raw passion, man.
yeah, they're really good. When you compete at something for 10 years, you're pretty good at it.
Yeah. Wolf, not in Melee, but he is a character in Brawl. It's from Star Fox.
Yeah, he is. Star Fox guy, yeah.
You
can
play some Star Fox?
I've never played Star Fox. I mean, I play actually. That's not true. I played like Star Fox Assault for like a day. I think my little brother rented it on GameCube when I was 8. Like back when Blockbuster was a thing. That was way back when, man.
I also played Star Fox on the GameCube and rented it from Blockbuster, and I didn't return it. I liked it so much.
Oh, really?
It was the game where he had the. I don't think it was Assault though. I think it was the one where it was like a single player and he had the girl
adventure.
fox.
Yeah, the Star Fox Tales or whatever.
I liked that one.
That one was pretty good.
That's when I still bought gamer guides. Remember like game guides?
No, I knew what the internet was.
I mean, I knew what the internet was too, but I had more money then, so I'd get a game guide if I got a game like that.
I got the game guide for Pokemon on the Game Boy. Yeah.
You always get the game guides for Pokemon because it gives you so many interesting stats.
Yeah, you get all the stats and you figure out the best way to EV train and all that garbage.
Yeah, I still got those game guides.
I have the booklets too. Yeah. I had the game guide for Pokemon Stadium on the N64. Mm-hmm. That back then I did not know what the internet was, so I needed the guides to be able to beat all the gym leaders in Pokemon Stadium. 100% completion Pokemon Stadium. Did it.
100%?
100%. I was a very ambitious 7-year-old.
Yeah, I'd say. I played a little bit of Pokemon Stadium. I liked, I can't remember the name. It was some kind of tank game.
Tank game?
Yeah, I don't remember. You just drove around as a tank, shot other tanks.
Sounds like a good game concept.
Yeah, World of Tanks, the game out now. People play it. It's still popular.
Definitely. I mean, who doesn't like being a tank?
Game guides. Eventually, I told everyone, I was like, stop wasting money on game guides. They would give it to me as presents. I remember when I got World of Warcraft, I was excited, and then someone gave me a game guide, and I was like, this game guide is like 700 pages long. I'm not gonna read this. This isn't gonna help me.
It's just homework at that point, basically.
I just wanted to log in as a dwarf hunter, of course.
I don't know.
You know,
I couldn't get into World of Warcraft. Like, I tried playing it, and it was just like a whole lot of walking and doing quests.
I gave up really quick when I was young.
Like 3 hours in, I was like, all right, I am tired of walking around talking to NPCs doing quests. I don't like talking to people in real life. Why do I want to digitally talk to NPCs? This is a waste of my time.
He doesn't even pick up the phone. As is,
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really do too well at WoW when I was younger. I was really excited for it coming out though because I've been a huge Warcraft 3 player. And I thought it was going to be a little bit different than it was. I really liked the idea that I was going to be able to like work my way up and then command real people under me, what to do. That's what I thought it was going to be like. Like I was going to have my own like castle, and there's going to be like
a government employer. Rat for president?
Not quite, but that's coming later.
That's coming later. You got to be 35 to run, right?
You've told me once you got to have goals, and it's got to be long term.
Long term.
And that's somewhere down the line,
Like phase 7?
Probably past phase 7.
9?
And probably phase 10, the card game. Probably more like that.
Probably phase 10. Yeah. Once you've got all the other hands organized, right? Okay.
Yeah. Looks like we have the bans here.
The Mage getting banned for Wolf, and the Shaman getting banned for Froden. Kind of a standard ban coming out by Wolf. You kind of expect people to ban Shaman. It is busted. It has been that way for about 7 expansions. So, pretty smart ban on Wolf's side. Frodan banning Mage. What do you think about that ban?
I'm very interested in this ban. I'm also interested in the fact that apparently things travel in 7s for you.
What?
The Mage ban... Yeah, I guess I don't really understand it. Maybe we were wrong about his lineup, but
maybe he's running the standard stuff.
Maybe he thinks that Reno Mage is this good versus his decks. If that was a Control Warrior, I don't know.
Reno Mage beats Control Warrior. Reno Mage can beat Reno Lock, depending on how it's built, and Reno Mage can win the mirror depending on how it's built. So maybe he's got like an aggressive Reno Mage, Reno Lock Control Warrior. I guess. I don't know. I'd still find Rogue to be pretty terrifying a lot of the time. But one of the other key points is maybe he's underestimating Wolf. Maybe Frodan's just kind of like.
Okay. Wolf didn't go to school. He didn't get that degree.
Yeah.
He can't do the art.
Painter. He can't paint like Picasso with Rogue.
I think
he's more of a watercolors guy. That's what Frodan's putting him on. So
I think
ban away his watercolors. Take it away from him.
There's some logic there actually. I like where you're going with that. I think that's a possibility. I would have liked to see the Rogue ban personally, but either way, it's a rough matchup for Frodan. If we do think these are control decks, if these end up being control decks.
If these are control decks, he's in for a control fight of his life. But if he's playing the standard lineup with just Pirate Warrior's got free W against the Rogue, and he's got Reno Lock. It's got okay matchups across the board. Free win against Dragon Priest if Q Order gets fortunate for him, and then Reno Mage has got a pretty solid lineup against Pirate Warrior. So I would say if he's playing the standard lineup, he's favored. If he's trying to go this anti-shaman control route, he's going to find himself in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close. Either way, I think. What's interesting is that for some reason I look at these lineups and I really hope that Wolf's playing Pirate Warrior, and I hope it just steamrolls one of these decks. I really like seeing Pirate Warrior just do well, man. Is there something wrong with me?
Pirate Warrior is a good deck. It's definitely...
Do you feel joy when you see someone die to an Arcanite Reaper?
Not in particularly. Kind of feel sadness deep inside about the state of the meta in the game and Pirate Warrior being so good. Pirate Warrior is so good, a lot of people ban Pirate Warrior over Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, there's statistical evidence to say that's something that maybe you should look into in the current Conquest meta.
Yeah,
because of how it lines up against a deck like Rogue or against your Reno deck.
Pirates, like if all of the classes were brought evenly, Pirates is like statistically the best deck in the game if everything's brought evenly. Obviously,
Looks like
everything's not brought evenly. There's a temple
getting into
enforcer.
the game here, and Wolf. Is that a? I think he's wearing a headband. We got a little vape nash going on here.
Bandana, yeah.
Yeah.
Bandana and the temple enforcer up against the Reno mage from Frodan. It's pretty typical so far.
He had some pretty typical Frodan hair color, purple. You know, he works for Twitch. Matches his hoodie. I'm assuming that's a Twitch hoodie.
Hmm.
Yeah, it looks like Wolf is playing a non-traditional priest deck, which is something that we would have expected, since, you know, like I said, there's a lot of casual players or players just play for fun.
He's ready for action, that's for sure. Goldshire Footman hits the table. And Holy Smite to the face. Not getting a lot of value out of the card, going for pure damage. Some might say this is an aggro priest.
I was really hoping you were going to say Holy Smokes, that Holy Smite went to face, but then you didn't. I'm a little disappointed.
I don't know.
It didn't feel right. I understand.
Did not, yeah. I mean, it's not a holy smokes moment. It's more like
I'm expecting it later.
More like a ... K moment.
This is a pretty good raid leader, actually.
But you did say you would dance if this was aggro priest, and now at what point is it confirmed that this is aggro priest? He's holy smiting face. He's pushing damage with raid leader. I think 9 times out of 10 he's queuing basic priest, but it might be considered aggro.
I don't know if Goldshire Footman is an aggro card, but
it protects your other minions so they can get in chip damage. It's a powerful aggro taunt.
If Frodan gets below 13 health,
okay,
I'll dance.
Okay, we'll see it. We'll have to see it happen. 13. He's gonna need to. He's got to deal 4 all.
If these Holy Smites keep going face, it might happen though.
It might.
Yeah.
Cabal Song Stealer. It's a good silence to push damage in your aggro priest.
See what he trades away here. Probably the Footman.
Why trade? All face.
It was interesting to see Frodan just coin the Kazakis out there, even though you can't use the potion on the following turn, and has weaker stats than something like a Refreshment Vendor. Ooh, this is going to go all face.
Yeah. Wolf getting pretty feisty, pushing the damage. He might get him down below 13.
I really hope not.
He's got the silence to get him down below 13.
Yeah, this is a pretty good silence.
Right now.
Pretty good silence on curve. This was a good draw for Frodan too. A little bit baited.
The Divine Spirit accumulating for the Divine Spirit Interfire combo. This deck has a plan. It's coming together too. He just needs to silence and go face for 4, and then Red is dancing, and he's deciding to pass instead. Rat, you're so lucky. You are so lucky. You're so incredibly lucky.
Woo! I did not see that coming. I already had the shoes on and everything.
Yeah, I thought you were dancing 100% of the time. Wolf decided to take it slow, though. He wants to milk his cards for more value. Wants to get real impact out of that silence. Maybe try and set up the Divine Spirit Interfire even better. But getting a little bit punished for it is Frodan's going to start running away with his board.
Yeah, definitely. Raid leader not too good when you don't have other minions. And he has a lack of cards that really do things. Like Shadow Word
Not
Paint.
too good in general. Regardless if you have other minions. The 2/2 for 3. The Holy Nova is going to allow him to get the clear on at least one of the minions. Second-rate Bruiser getting some first-rate action here. Thinking about holding back the trade.
I'd like to see the trade here. Frodan's hand's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're probably going to see him even drop the Tempo Reno here, but maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's worried about some Mind Blast.
Doesn't look like Frodan's getting below 13 this game. Oh,
with the face palm.
Not happy to see the Reno come down.
Can't silence that, Firebat.
Cannot.
He's having a good time with it, though. You see a little smile. And that's really what the Onog's about, you know? It's getting players who maybe don't play the game as much, or maybe don't play the game as competitively, and giving them a chance to play against these top-tier players. You know, just enter a tournament. We used to say, when paper card games, you know, sleeve them up. Just go out there and play against somebody, you know?
Yeah, he's out there and he's playing. Aggro Priest. I still say it counts as Aggro Priest. I think it's pretty garbage you're not dancing.
Give me some time to think about it.
What is there to think about? It's clearly an aggro priest. He's got silence to push damage and raid leader to make things hit harder.
He's got divine spirits though, not traditionally an aggro card.
I guess it's like combo aggro, yeah.
You know, he's also got Frostwolf Warlord. That's a board control card.
Emote BM in there. An Ancient Aurora stats played while silencing Blood Mage Thalnos. Seems like an aggressive position to be in to start BMing, though.
He's got a 5/10 on the board, dude.
He's down a little bit on the card count.
Yeah, just a little bit. 7 or so. No big deal. Frodan's hand really starting to shape up, though. You know, he's getting some burn. He's still got the potion in his pocket.
Potion in the pocket.
Yeah.
That where you store
I'd like
your
to
potions?
see him. Not all of them, but the ones I really want to use, you know, the ones that deal 4 to all minions and summon a 5/5.
So that's like your pocket's like your quick bar, and then like you got like a backpack or something for the rest of the potions.
Like that pocket Frodan has right now, which looks like a 7/2 minion deal 4 to all. That's the kind of potion you keep in your pocket. You know, that's a real useful one. I like to see Frodan take the board here with some minions.
Sure.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. I don't know. It sounds dangerous keeping it in your pocket. Like, what if someone like bumps you on the side and the potion just explodes in your pants? Like,
it doesn't work like that. Look how secure that potion
is. The pocket is like
they got a lock on it. That potion is foolproof.
It's glass. Like someone could just like kick you in the side or something.
This isn't just any kind of glass.
What if you just fall over and like this explodes? It's in your like right pants pocket and you fall over on your right side and just right all over that. You know, nether region, the potion explodes.
The potion bottle is so strong. It's more.
Where is the factual information on this? I don't see any.
Look at the picture. They got a lock on there. Kazakis mixed it himself, dude. That's handmade glass.
Handmade glass from Kazakis. I mean, can we really trust this guy? He never does what you want. It's just he's throwing random options at you. Can we? Maybe the density of the glass is random as well. Like.
It depends on who you are. Some people would say Kazakis always gives them what they want.
All right. Well, what if I'm a guy that it never works out for?
Well, you know, glass half empty, Firebat.
Well, for Frodan, the glass is half full because Wolf is dead. Ooh. Aggro Priest almost working out. Maybe he's able to get an inner fire, though, and make something happen.
Nice. But that fireball seals the deal, I believe.
Looks about lethal. And even if it's not lethal, then he can clear off the minion. Then inner fire can't make anything happen. Boom. Dominating performance here for Frodan. Wolf going down 0-1 against Dan the Man.
Both players having a good time with it. Definitely was probably right to ban the mage. Looking back on it, you know, and there's something to be said for we didn't see the players and stuff. Maybe Frodan talked to Wolf before he played him, got in his brain a little bit, picked his mind, knew what he was up against. Maybe the only good deck he has is Reno Mage, you know? Maybe he spent all of his dust on it, and then Frodan just came along and banned it.
Figured that out, did some scouting beforehand, and then like. Kind of decks do you like playing? And Wolf was like, well, oh my God, is that the real Frodan? Better tell him, better answer all the questions truthfully. It's the real Frodan. That's how I am whenever I see Frodan.
I wanted to get my best shot, so I put all of my dust into one deck. Reno Mage, and then Frodan's just like, and then just banned it. Classic Frodan.
Classic Frodan. I don't know. It sounds more like a Skamaz thing than a Dan thing.
Yeah, it does, actually.
Assassin's Blade.
Ooh.
Worgen Greaser.
Dude, Worgen Greaser, he threw it back, but I feel like Worgen Greaser can get in there versus Reno Lock.
I mean, it dies to Hellfire, right? That's the big fear.
But when it doesn't, It's it's almost a 7/7 when it doesn't.
Almost a 7/7. I don't. Frodan's deck might not be able to handle the aggressiveness of this rogue build. Frodan, we see Ragnaros being pulled there, going up against Elven Archer. Elven Archer is a very fast card. These greedy Ragnaros such tech not really built for this.
Ooh, Senjin. That's interesting. And this is a nod to what we said earlier about how Frodan tends to play more control-y decks. That Senjin is a more anti-aggro card than we usually see in arena lock decks. That usually means that he's not running the combo as well.
Yeah. Usually no combo. It also means no defender of Argus a lot of the times when you got the Senjin Shield Mesta in there.
Exactly. We see Wolf with the Jade Spirit too. Wonder how big those are going to get.
Jade decks are traditionally pretty good against control decks.
Oof.
I don't know which direction. Maybe Jade, Malagos, Weapon, Rogue?
I think that if Wolf wants to win this game, that Assassin's Blade is going to need to hit face a lot. Or hit a minion while his minions hit the face.
So you're telling me he's going to need to use the card Assassin's Blade?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, there's no other way he can use it besides equipping it and passing a lot.
Ooh.
Yeah, Second Rate Bruiser is not bad here.
That's a pretty good draw.
I don't know if it's better than just Shadow Bolt clearing.
It's probably better not to play the Bruiser this turn since it's likely it'll still be reduced next turn. I mean, your opponent really isn't going to trade into your Imp Gang with their minions, right?
Yeah.
I like the Senjin here.
Sure. Mana efficiency. Get her done. Bump the trade, maybe. Doing a little bit of head bob, and he's getting in the groove here. Feels good about this game. Second Elven Archer picked up firepower. One shot, one kill.
Is that what she says?
What she says.
Did you put volume on, Firebat?
Nope, but I cast a lot. Cast always has volume on, except this one. But usually the volume on with the cast.
I never knew what cards said. Never had played with volume in my life until I started playing with Super JJ occasionally. And well, I didn't have the volume on, but he is the volume. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he plays with Life Coach, so.
Now, but even back then, a whole year ago, he was already. He knew every card.
You got to get into it. It's about passion, the fire
honestly,
inside.
You know, it sounds like a bit of a joke, but it really is about the passion and the fire.
If you don't have passion and fire, you don't have the ability to grind as long as you need to grind. Like, in order to get the high ranks and be good, you need to like get those 1% edges. You need to be like Tyler Root, like that guy. He's streamed for like 240 hours this month or something ridiculous. You gotta have that kind of levels of passion, and that's the kind of passion that you can get up and dance. Rat.
I don't know if he's gonna be able to get up and dance. He usually streams for 20 hours at a time. It's pretty tiring. He is definitely one of the most dedicated Hearthstone players. That's for sure.
Yeah. Frodan as well, one of the most dedicated Hearthstone casters, traveling all over, casting a ton, casting so much, playing so much. And that's why
Shouts out to Frodan too. He said in a tweet recently that he was going to start trying to play more competitively. So I like seeing him enter the tournament.
Mm-hmm. Well, he better figure something out, otherwise he's going to get tied up 1-1, and his competitive dreams might go down the toilet. We see him here desperately trying to taunt against the Assassin's Blade. Blade getting in there, really slapping up some work.
Yeah, Wolf's got a little bit unlucky in drawing all of his Acidic Swamp oozes, or both of them, rather. Those cards aren't too good versus Warlock.
No, but they'd be fantastic against the Pirate Warrior. He's got the tech in there. Maybe his whole lineup's designed to try and single out some Pirate Warrior. We did see him have the Priest class and some sick Mad Bomber RNG. Wolf showing why he's in the tournament. That's some pro-level stuff.
That was really good. I actually seen Frozen lose earlier, or not earlier today, but earlier this month, to like a triple basic deck that beat his Pirate Warrior 3 times. That actually happened. That's a thing that can happen.
Sometimes
Pirate Warrior is susceptible to ooze.
Players with limited card pools got to figure out a strategy, and Wolf's got one. He's got a plan. He'll try and execute it.
2-1 taunts, not too good. Versus Buccaneers, though.
Interesting that he doesn't swing the Assassin's Blade to kill the second-rate Bruiser, though. Seems
I would have liked to see that play.
Yeah.
Frodan taking defensive lines here.
Overvaluing his life at 29, I think.
I like the heal on the Bruiser. Keep that guy up.
Oh,
up
yeah. Faux show. Stormwind Champion's a great body to contest this board. But he's going to try and eke more value out of it. Be a little greedy, develop the minions first, then drop the Stormwind Champion behind it. Another opportunity to try and trade with this Assassin's Blade. Going to take it this time. Assassin's Blade's a card. I used to play Assassin's Blade in 2014, back in the good old days.
We used to see it a lot, actually. I like the card, man. It gives some identity to the class. You know, you expected the Assassin's Blade to come out. You knew the Rogue was going to be hitting you. Ooh, Reno Jackson.
But now it's like, it's way too slow in the current metagame, right? Like, you can't kill him before, you can't kill the Reno decks before Reno, and you can't kill the Pirate decks at all, because they'll kill you before you play Assassin's Blade.
And from Wolf there, we see a classic Reno reaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've been browsing the Battle.net forums occasionally, and Reno has got to be like one of the cards that the lower rank players hate the most.
There's a lot of people on Reddit who want Reno to be in like that, the basic set.
Oh God, no.
That's just crazy to me.
Yeah, like half the games you draw Reno, and if it's an aggro versus control deck and you draw Reno, you just win.
There's already a bunch of cards I don't even want to see in the basic set that are already in the basic set.
I really do not like, game plans to, drive win rates close to 50%.
Like Ragnaros. I hope that guy's just gone. 3 months.
Ragnaros, Reno, those sort of things need to go.
I'm sick of seeing Ragnaros, man.
I even think Finja is really cancerous.
Wow. That's a bold statement.
This is just cards that are too strong that if you draw them, you're in a favorable position to win, and if you don't, they're just not a great inclusion in your deck.
It's a one-off. Fincher doesn't automatically win you the game. It's got a little bit of lore. He's a cool looking ninja.
That's the dramatic difference in power level between Finja and the other 29 cards in the deck is what upsets me.
Okay, but how much better is Finja than Sludge Belcher?
Way better. Sludge Belcher doesn't win you the game.
I don't know. Some people would disagree. It looks like we're going to see Frodan close out the game here on his next turn, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Dan staying concentrated as well. Let's see if he goes for the emote. Okay.
That lethal. He could have went for the Jiraxis and then spammed Oblivion and then killed him.
Really interesting that he wanted to BM with the power overwhelming when he could have BM with the Jiraxis. I don't know how I feel about this, honestly.
Well, he seems confident. He seems very happy with the results thus far. He's up 2-0. But this is where Wolf's strategy kicks into overdrive. Frodan's got left with that Pirate Warrior.
If this is Pirate Warrior, yeah. If this is Pirate Warrior,
I'd say Wolf can come back with the reverse sweep. He seems to have double ooze in all of his decks. He's got a plan. Will his plan succeed?
I don't think it's Pirate Warrior. I think it's Control. I saw the tweet. Frodan said he prepped with the other Tempo Store lads. You got VLPS, Control Warrior player. Saiyan doesn't like aggro decks. He plays them, but he doesn't like them.
Yeah, well, I mean, he just plays whatever's good.
Bam.
Control Warrior. Yeah. This is going to be very effective against Wolf's lineup. Wolf's decks all seem like they don't really have enough value in them to go the distance against Control Warrior. You look at Stormpike Commando and Worgen Greaser. They're just not high value cards that can really outlast the armoring of Warrior.
Well, Worgen Greaser isn't a high value card. If it isn't answered, it does do some damage.
Okay. Yeah, but Control Warrior is all answers, man. He's going to have an answer for it. He's got 3 health. He's just bash, dead. Slam Ghoul. Revenge. Slam. War Axe.
Sometimes it doesn't line up.
Shield Slam.
Wow, already emoting.
Yeah, he knows Wolf's strategy. He's seen the oozes in the previous games. He's really excited that he brought Control Warrior here. Wolf's entire conquest pin starting to fall apart.
If this Gorehowl doesn't get ooze, I want to be real sad.
I don't think the Gore Howl is ever going to come out.
Wow.
Dagger, coin, deadly, poison, face.
Interesting tempo play.
Yeah, with 2 4-drops in hand, I don't like it. I feel like he should have maybe coined out a 4-drop into a 4-drop. But he wants to be aggressive. He's relying off the top of his deck now to find a play for the next turn.
Maybe he thinks he's going to use that Shiv with this backstab to take out a ghoul. Or he wants to kill an acolyte with the weapon. Ooh.
There he goes. He's able to find it off the top here. So he keeps the pressure going. Just swinging away.
He even grabbed at the backstab there a little bit.
Nice. Bluffing.
Get the Jade trade going, dude.
Yeah, Frodo's just going to contest with an acolyte. No reason to ghoul it yet. It comes back to life as a 1/1, so playing the ghoul doesn't actually accomplish anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty typical Control Warrior hand here from Frodan. Look, see, this is the effect a Greaser has when it's played on your opponent. You know, makes them wonder.
Makes them wonder. And also think, wow, what nice hair.
Did you ever read that book in high school, Firebat? That was about greasers.
Johnny Boy or Pony Boy. This is the Outsiders. Yeah.
The Outsiders.
There we go. Yeah, I went to high school.
That's a classic. I think
I honestly liked that book. I didn't read most of the books for like the high school book report stuff because I like get bored halfway through. But that book I actually finished. I thought that one was good.
Yeah, I don't know when I read it, but I think it was freshman year, maybe not. But that's a pretty standard reading in America.
It's like 7th or 8th grade, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things that they encourage.
Like everybody reads. I remember because I was in reading group B. The other reading group was the Shining Stars, and I could have gotten moved up to go to the Shining Stars reading group, but I didn't want to get made fun of, so I decided to hinder my education and stay in reading group B.
It's all about social status when it really comes down to it, right?
No, I wish I had gone with the smart kids. Maybe I'd have a real job, and I wouldn't be here casting Hearthstone with you.
I may or may not have a Shining Star pin.
Okay, you were in the Shining Stars book group?
I might have been, Firebat. I just might have been. Did you have the little book club where your Pizza Hut gave you free stuff if you read enough books?
No.
And it was like a little pin with a robot on it. And they put stars every time you read a book on the pin. I got the pin still.
Oh, man. You hold that at accomplishments on the board, huh?
Not quite. It just... Yeah.
He's going with the Gore Howl. He sees the ooze. He's like, there's no way there's another ooze. And this is the tempo swing Wolf needs to be in it.
Yes.
It's going to be able to get it.
Bait. I love the bait. Let's see Frodan's reaction here.
Oh, my. Boom. That's a big tempo swing. That might just be able to keep Wolf in it.
Revenge plus Sleep with the Fishes, though. Pretty good combo. Also, something that you don't usually see VLPS running. It's more of a Fibonacci tech.
Yeah, Fibonacci loves his Sleep with the Fishes. I've seen him at like top 10 legend today with double Sleep with the Fishes in his deck and a tournament medic.
Oh no, not the tournament medic again.
Fib loves the tournament medic. He's like he grinds Control Warrior all day, and occasionally you see a tournament medic in there. He gets that mass healing going on.
Fib loves the last 4 days of the ladder because in the last 4 days of the ladder, everyone plays whatever the best decks are, and then he gets to make his warrior deck however he wants to beat it, and he gets to run things like Tournament Medic and Deathwing.
Yeah, just crushes him.
This is actually a tough turn here. What's the most efficient way to answer this?
This seems good. Just make sure you hit tank up every turn. Because if he were to remove the Senjin, that removes 3 power. But if you tank up, you gain 4 life. So that's better than removing 3 power.
And this is something that people don't realize who have just started playing the game or don't play much Control Warrior. Is that you can look at your opponent's board and see that they only deal 3. And then if gaining 4 is better than dealing 3, so you can just wait a turn. Maybe get some more efficient removal.
Mm-hmm. Be able to have things line up a little bit cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
Braum getting out there, smagging stuff down. applying pressure. The Stormwind Champion combo. Those Murlocs going to get buffed.
Won't give him a trade on the Grom, though.
Well, the Grom's going to have to trade into the Champion. I mean, he could kill the Grom this turn. Just play Champion Dagger.
Take the 10 to the face, though? We're going to see him go with the taunt play, and then put as many minions on the board as he can before playing the Stormwind Champion. This is pretty consistent with what he's done the last 2 games.
Yeah. He's constantly flooding for his Stormwind Champions. So Zoo Stormwind Champion, Sinister Strike, Assassin's Blade Rogue. You think there's a Malagos in there for the Sinister Strike?
There's some Jades in there, though. Don't forget about those.
Oh, yeah, and Jades are in there, too.
He wants to put this Grom in Wolf's face.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have an easy way to do it. He could just revenge and sleep with the fishes.
But you got to slam, too. Sentinel live.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's in his shield block trying to find an answer. Ooh, happy with that one. His purple hair looks good today. Maybe
Yeah.
it's just the angle.
I mean, Rodan definitely set everything up to look perfect on the angle. Rodan's been on camera enough to figure out how to make his hair look good on camera.
That's for sure. I
If
remember
you
the
ever
first time
need, need beauty tips, Rodan's the guy to ask. He's got them all.
I do pretty well on my own, but I remember the first time I met Frodan, he was just sleeping in the middle. He had just got off a flight, international flight, and he had to host the ESL tournament. He was just sleeping on the couch before he had to go. And they just walk up and they're like, Frodan, you're on. He just wakes up, fixes his hair, steps on the stage, puts a mic in his hand, and just hits it, dude. Guy's a professional.
Oh, yeah. I've seen him vomit before mid-cast. No one even knew he vomited except the other casters. He just, stepped off the cast for a second, went to a trash can, did his business, came back up, continued casting for 6 more hours. Class act. Nothing can stop the guy. I've seen him fall asleep before, too. Then the camera cuts to him, and then someone bumps him, wakes him up, and he just goes in.
Instantly.
Instantly.
It's crazy. He knows exactly what to say.
Yeah, definitely knows what he's doing. I've learned a lot from watching Frodan, studying the caster master.
The caster master. I like that. Did you come with that on your own?
I did.
Nice.
Oh. It looks like the wolf is sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah. That's not a good place for a wolf to be either.
No, that means it's drowned and dead. That's.
Or the fishes are out of water, in which case it's not a good place for the fish to be.
I mean, it's also not a place for the wolf to be either, because then it smells, right? Like, you're surrounded by dead fish. That's not a good time.
Can't eat
no one
under
involved
those
is happy.
circumstances.
Assassin's Blade Deadly, that's 20 damage. But there's a wall of taunts preventing that from connecting.
Yeah, and this Harrison's coming down. It's looking real good.
That's probably going to be GG.
Frodan with the lean back on the Harrison Jones play. Important part of it. It looks like Frodan's going to be moving on here.
Doesn't look like Boulder Fist Ogre is going to stop him, that's for sure.
Especially now with enough armor to just throw down that shield slam on it.
Oh, yeah.
So right now, I'm just trying to figure out how do I not lose.
I don't think that he could probably skip the next 3 turns and still win.
I think this is the best way not to lose. You want to save that shield slam for a Deathwing. That's it, right? It's the only thing that can get you.
You could execute a Deathwing, too.
He drew the slam, but he used the ghoul, so he wouldn't have had an activator. But yeah, picking at straws here. Order.
If he had that buff, he was going to win from here, right?
Probably a bit of an ambitious claim, seeing as he's dead. Looks like Frodan's going to clean this one up. A clean 3-0 over Wolf. Moving on to the second round. Lots of games left, Firebat.
Oh, yeah. Well played to Frodan. Able to take that one. Fierce competition in round 1 of the tournament. You know, it's an open tournament. Anybody can stop by. Your mom could play. So, you know, whoever signed up. And single limb, though, right?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, watching the game where Frodan plays against someone like Wolf, maybe not as entertaining, but the main point here is that the viewers, like you guys at home, can go to one of these locations ran by the ONOG. I believe they're going to be at PAX East again this year, maybe South by Southwest, and you can sign up and compete against some of these pros. You know, if you're going to those events anyways, those are fun events, PAX events. You know, there's a lot going on, a lot with gaming, a lot of free swag, stuff like that. Yeah. So definitely, if there's one near you, check it out, stop in, maybe sign up. You know, it doesn't take long, didn't take much of his time.
Yeah,
and you got to play a game.
You can get smashed by Frodan.
That's what you're into.
Hey, some people really like looking at Frodan. Wouldn't mind getting smashed by him. Anyway, looks like we are cutting to a quick break while we get the next match set up. So we will be right back after this. Next match for you. Going to see who's playing. Still going to be in the same round of 128. Cycling through the players groups by groups and trying to get all the action for you. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft PAX South Major. I am Firebat. Joining me for the cast today is The Rat. We will be bringing you the action of Pizza Supreme at Twitter Twerkaholic up against Lead Paint at Twitter Frank in a Box. What do you think of these two players? Have you heard of them? What do you know about them?
Yeah, Lead Paint is definitely a known player in the scene. He runs with the Nostum Boys.
Okay.
He has been a pretty prominent competitor in the Onog Open Series.
Okay. One of the open tournament grinders, grassroots scene.
Yeah, definitely. And he also qualified through the same tournament I did when I made my start in the scene, which was the ESL in 2015. And then we have Pizza Supreme. I don't know much about him other than apparently he's a twerkaholic and he likes Supreme Pizza. I like Supreme Pizza too, so
terrific.
Seems like a good guy. Do I like Hunter?
Because Pizza Supreme likes Hunter. If you like twerking and you like pizza, you must like Hunter, right?
Does the Hunter have peppers and mushrooms on it?
I mean, if you imagine like the red peppers being Secret Keeper, and what was the other thing you said?
The green peppers are secrets.
Obviously. The green peppers are secrets, obviously. Yeah.
And the Clo Tantris is the mushroom.
It is the mushroom, sure.
I like where you're going with this.
Yeah, it's basically a Supreme Pizza of a deck, and that's why he's included Hunter in the lineup. And then you get to twerking when you start slamming that hero power, because it just feels like twerking. It feels so good to hit that hero power button.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like Supreme Pizza. I don't know how I feel about twerking.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of Hunter.
You're more of like a wall twerker, right? Not just a straight up twerker.
You know, I think twerking's a little died off a little bit. I'm pretty sure that they all just encapsulate them each other. Like twerking is just small enough now that it covers it.
There's no genres of twerking anymore.
No, definitely not.
So you're saying that like Pizza Supreme's kind of stuck in the past. He's playing like old Hunter because Hunter used to be OP. He's still on the twerking, which used to be cool, and he's still on Supreme Pizza, which is just inferior to like barbecue chicken pizza. So he's like 5 years in the past.
Barbecue chicken pizza?
Yeah, it's like way better than Supreme Pizza.
Okay. Let's see the bands here. Lead Paint banning Shaman, pretty typical band like we've said before. Pizza Supreme banning out the Warrior. Going into game one here, we have a Sea Giant in the Hunter deck.
The classic Unleash the Hound Sea Giant combo. I can get behind that. That used to be a thing against Zoo that people would do.
Yeah, why not?
He's got
Unleash
board
good
control,
versus Zoo.
Sure.
Sea Giant good versus Zoo.
The Jibo.
The Jibo.
The Jibo gets a lot of value.
Was that ever a thing that people said? Because Gladiator's Longbow was before my time.
No one's ever said Jibo. No one's ever played Gladiator's Longbow.
Okay.
We're making up Jibo now. We're going to be the first Jibo people. We're Jiboers.
Well, I can tell you one thing for sure about this Jibo. Lead Paint does not see it coming.
Oh, no, he has no idea. And usually Jibos come in packs. Like, if you can justify running one Jibo, you usually put the second one in there.
So it's
and this
more
deadly
like
shot, yeah, it's Jibos. I guarantee you there's
an
owl!
Even better.
My. But if you don't deadly shot, you lower the value of your second deadly shot.
No. That's
true. You gotta, huh? He's gonna go for it, though. He's saying he doesn't need a deadly shot for a while.
You gotta get the minion on the board and get this damage to face going. There's one way we're winning this game, and it's we're killing him before he plays the Reno.
No, we have Jibo. We go the distance. This is a late game Hunter deck. This has got fuel for days. Don't let the board deceive you.
I think it's a tough claim to make, but we do see an Alex Straza, an Ice Block, and an Ice Barrier in Lead Paint's hand, along with the Polymorph to answer the very popular and amazing Hunter card, Savannah Highmane. So it's looking pretty good for Lead Paint at the beginning here.
Good thing we're tracking over those cards because those are bad.
Yeah, multi-shot, not too good versus Reno Mage.
Versus almost anything.
Kind of like a raid leader.
Yeah. I'd put that. They're on the same tier level, I'd say, as the constructed tier. If we were to make a spreadsheet like the arena tier list and call it the constructed tier list, raid leader and the multi-shot would probably be in a similar tier.
And somewhere on this list, it talks about how the G-Bow is like stuffed crust.
Stuffed crust.
Yeah.
In there, back to the Pizza Supreme of it. Yeah, we
Uh-huh.
haven't even seen the bell peppers yet, or like the secret keepers, or the mushrooms.
They might
or
not be in here, man.
Mm-hmm.
This might just be a lot of pepperoni.
Yeah, it's seeming like a lot of ripping pepperoni is what's happening
Ooh.
right now. All right, maybe multi-shot gets some value.
Or
it's not great. It kills an
or
apple.
we squeeze in the hero power and we hit the 50-50 on the deadly shot. Give him no draws.
Nah, I think we got to give him one. I don't know. The deadly shot's too risky now.
A wise man once said that you got to take risk when the seas are rough.
That's my quote. But that's when we're playing pirates. This is totally different. The seas aren't rough here. We don't have a ship. We're not even setting sail. We're in a pizza shop at the moment.
No one wants to eat at a pizza shop with lead paint.
That's true. That's exactly what's happening here. Pizza Supreme's trying to make the pizza shop work, and lead paint's just putting lead paint all over the pizzas. It's causing a violation. They're getting banned.
Yeah.
Health codes aren't working out, and it's just RIP to the whole pizza shop career that's happening.
I was going just for that the pizza shop was made with
No, lead paint is
lead paint on the walls, but apparently they're just throwing it on the pizza.
Oh, yeah. Lead paint's breaking into the pizza store and just pouring buckets of lead paint. Imagine you go to, let's say, your neighborhood pizza restaurant. I'm going to say Hungry Howie's because they give me free pizza. Let's say you go to a Hungry Howie's and you order a pizza and it's just covered in lead paint. You're not going to eat there anymore. They're losing customers. His business is bleeding from the inside. Look at his card economy. Totally destroyed. Losing all the customers, not being able to refund his hand.
Would you eat at a pizza place that just had lead paint on the walls?
I don't know if I'd be able to identify that the paint on the walls was lead.
You got to be able to do that. Otherwise,
how do you possibly do that?
You got to get the kit out.
Go into the face. You got to get the kit out. You have a lead paint identifying kit? I didn't even know that was a thing you could purchase. Where do you get? Is that like an Amazon product? Like where do you find that? I'm
sure it's on Amazon. They sell everything.
Yeah, that's probably on Amazon.
You know what's really nice though? To have insurance against stuff like that.
Okay. Wait, we got some information here about Pizza Supreme. Pizza Supreme is a professional Street Fighter player.
I thought I recognized him actually.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure he's a professional?
Well, they just said is a Street Fighter player. I kind of extended it to professional.
He kind of has that Street Fighter look.
I mean, I wouldn't fight him in a street.
Have you ever been to like a gaming, like a Smash Bros or a Street Fighter tournament?
I've walked by them before to get to the Hearthstone event.
I played a couple fighting games and I've played a couple card games in person, and there tends to be a culture around these types of things.
They got the dreadlocks going on.
They're more free-spirited.
Or free-spirited. What is that even supposed to mean? So would lead paint make a good Street Fighter?
Actually, yeah. Ironically.
So it's like a Street Fighter players playing Hearthstone against each other, basically.
Mm-hmm.
The Burgley Bully tech for lead paint there. Able to get additional coins for Antonitis. Doesn't look like he's going to need coins to win this game, though. Just needs to start cycling his way towards...
Set up for that deadly shot, though. Then you give him a coin. You know, I didn't think Burgley Bully was too good.
Oh, it's a great card.
But it's been coming up lately. It's been doing pretty well for people. I know. I think you reviewed it, right? When it got announced. You liked it.
Yeah, I liked it. I don't like it as much when I've played it. I think I overrated it for sure, but I don't think it's a bad card by any means. I think the meta's a little too quick for it. But in some of the decks that can kind of slow down the pace of the game, such as Reno Mage, it's a nice little fit.
Yeah. Good stats for a 5-drop.
Yeah. Just that oh so powerful coin here. Probably going to want to hold on to Alexstrasza for self-heal this game. Just utilize the Firelands Portal this turn.
You know, Mage in general is a deck that just does well with the coin. We talked about Tempo Mage, but even in Freeze Mage and stuff, just getting a couple extra combos, and oof, there's the Finja. I hear that card is broken.
Yeah, not typically in Mage, but if you were running some Murlocs, being able to pull them is super good.
Game winning even.
Game winning even. Sea Giant, a little expensive.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to ever put this hero power with the Sea Giant.
Lead Point.
Just going to
Pretty
go ahead and
surprised
drop
by the
it.
Sea Giant.
Gives a little head nod. He was expecting it.
Well, he's got the answer. Multiple different ways he can answer this CJ, all fairly efficient. He's gathered a really large hand size at this point and can kind of flexibly answer things any way he wants.
He has the coin, and here we see he gets to play 2 minions, gets the coin out the polymorph. This is exactly what I was talking about. That coin enables. You run so many different cards at so many different mana values that usually the coin can enable a little bit better swing turn at some point.
Yeah, any deck that has a really large hand size can oftentimes benefit from the coin because of you already have a lot of options, and now you've increased that amount of options even further. But with decks that do not have a very large hand size, can't really benefit the coin that well because oftentimes if you got 3 cards in your hand, adding a coin to that hand doesn't really change the amount of cards you can play.
I think I've seen decks like this, like Hunter.
Like Hunter, yeah. Hunter usually has 1 or 2 plays a turn.
Small hand size.
Back in the day, when mid-range Hunter was popular, there's people that did like stats to try and figure out what was the easiest decks in the game to play. And a lot of times they concluded mid-range Hunter because it had the least amount of decisions, like least amount of choices, least amount of cards played per turn on average.
I do like that Pizza Supreme is talking to himself a little bit as he plays. I actually
all the good
that.
players do that, yeah.
Yeah, I encourage Frozen to do that when he came second at DreamHack.
Oh, I was casting DreamHack. I remember. I was like sitting behind him, like off stage, and you could just hear him just talking to himself nonstop. It was like quite loud actually, and he was just yelling numbers basically. He sounded like a crazy person, but it worked out for him. He got second.
Yeah. His opponent's not even knowing that he's just spouting everything they need to know to win the game.
His opponents could hear him. They could see him just screaming numbers like a madman. No one could interpret what was going on in Frozen's head at the time, though.
Interesting.
We were just like 16, 32, 55.52, 1.
17, 38.
Yeah.
Hey.
Let's try and figure out what's going on there. If you can do that, I guess you deserve to win.
Yep. And I think with no cards left in Pizza Supreme's hand here, Leadpaint's going to have a pretty easy job of cleaning this one up.
Just Alex draws a face. He could wait on it a little while if he feels like he wants more health. Play the Emperor this turn. Maybe get Arcane Intellect in here.
Ooh, the double Alexstrasza. You ever Alexstrasza your opponent twice with Brand and try to fit an attack in right in the middle?
No, I would try and APM in an attack. I don't think that works.
It doesn't. I've tried it though.
Okay.
It's fun. It's all about having fun. Hearthstone's fun. Fun.
Good stuff.
Fun.
Good fun. That's pretty cool. A Street Fighter player comes over from the Street Fighter event, signs up for the Hearthstone event.
I mean, that's really what it's about. Well, like I already hit this earlier, but seriously, like, you know, everyone plays Hearthstone online. And you don't get that chance to go play in person, but if you can, go do it. You know, even if you're not a huge competitor, it's a fun experience, and you get to meet people that also play a game that you play. And with Hearthstone, you don't really get to do that as much as other games where you have to actually go play the people you're playing. So, definitely a nice experience. As Leadpaint picks up that win with Mage, going up 1-0.
1-0 up against Pizza Supreme. Hunter unable to take a win. It's a deck that I personally try and play as often as possible because I love playing the worst deck in the meta because I think it's more fun to make it work. And it's tough, man. It is really tough to make Hunter work in this current meta. It lines up poorly against Mage and every deck with patches in it.
I watched you stream a bit of Hunter, I think, in December, and you gave up.
Did I?
It was
How many hours did I play before I gave up?
You played a lot.
Okay, there you go. See, there's the kicker.
I mean, you were queuing up Hunter off stream. That's how much you wanted to make it work.
Yeah. I had some success with it in the Trinity series, actually. But that format, you get double ban.
Yeah, you also get to counter pick.
Yeah. You can design it for a specific purpose. The Edwin coming out for Leadpaint, the turn 1 8/8. This card still exists in the game. Pizza Supreme is going to figure out that this is not fair at all very quickly.
Strong turn, for sure.
Archmage is not going to have anything on that. Pizza Supreme needs to find a polymorph, and even if he finds it, his
Probably-
Edwin's still going to exist for 2 turns and do a lot of work.
Yeah, probably ping over playing Arcane Explosion.
They do the same thing, except one discards a card, yeah. He's thinking about it, though.
Ooh,
There we go.
He will be able to take care of this.
The
Actually,
fireball.
this is not the worst Edwin.
This isn't bad, yeah.
Yeah.
The images do work. The
Bam.
fireball can clear it up on 4. He's only going to be taking 8 from it.
Can I hear
Not
that
too
again,
bad.
Firebat? Did you say 1 mana for heal 8, take my opponent's backstab out of their hand? That's pretty good.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he pings it again this turn.
Really needs to make sure he pings it again.
This could end badly for him. This is a risk. The Raptor needs to trade in now, and the ping could have just guaranteed it.
Sap coming out, 8 going to the dome.
You know, now he's going to need a top deck
Supreme
polymorph.
looking around for an answer.
Yeah.
Ooh. Little cobalt action. You think he's scared now? Yeah, he's scared now. Now, see, and you gotta stay consistent. If you're gonna play a minion last turn and they're gonna sap it, then you're gonna try to play a minion again this turn and get the minion to trade in again when they have less removal spells. He could have played 2 minions last turn and just dropped the fireball this turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he could have played
He's
the Bloodfin and the Cobalt, and then Spell Power Fireballed it.
We see a raid leader coming to his hand. You know, that card's not too good when you don't have minions on the board.
Yeah, this is the second raid leader of the day between two different opponents, or 2 different players prioritizing the raid leader in the deck construction phase.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the most tournament play I've seen raid leader have ever.
Definitely the most I've seen raid leader. I've probably seen raid leader under 10 times. I don't play much arena, so
Yeah, I don't play like any arena, so I'm in the same boat as you. I've seen raid leader under 10 times, and 2 of the times have been today, and the other times were against the Innkeeper.
Did Reynad play raid leader in any of his early zoo decks?
No, he played Shield Bearer though.
That's a good one.
Not bad. Back in the day, Shield Bearer was a good 1-drop.
I liked the
Nowadays,
card.
though, the
I liked the
1-drops
card
are
back
so
then.
much better.
I liked the zoo deck back then. I liked the card back then. The zoo was my first deck I ever played. I
Yeah.
sold all my Magic the Gathering cards online,
Okay.
and I went and purchased zoo. And in 2 days, I was up to rank 2, and the season ended. And I was addicted.
Nice.
Yep. I like
first-
me some zoo.
My first deck was Ramp Druid.
Mm.
I was one of the first people that figured out Wild Growth was a good card back in the day. Originally, streamers told me Wild Growth's a bad card. It's like discarding a card. You lose card advantage. I told the streamers, nah, man, I'm going to play some Wild Growth. I'm going to get you.
And get you. Like lead paint, just got Pizza Supreme. Going up 2-0 in the series.
Mm-hmm.
So we're moving into game 3 shortly. Lead
And that's a
paint
Shaman
sporting
deck.
A pretty typical lineup.
Yeah, the standard decks up against the Pizza Supreme decks.
Choosing to go with the mage over the lock or the druid or the priest.
Well, this Hunter deck from Pizza Supreme seems to be maybe it's targeting Shaman. Maybe that's why he didn't ban Shaman. He's got the deadly shots in there for the Flame Wreath Faceless, the multi shots in there for the Pirates. Maybe the removal is just going to line up cleanly, but he's going to queue up with the Priest first. Guru Bashi Berserker looking to try and take a big push in here.
He's got a Shield Master. That card's good versus Shaman. Yeah, that
Sure.
Hunter deck definitely not as good as Supreme Pizza.
Are you sure? It's got G-Bows.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I really like Supreme Pizza.
Mm-hmm.
See a Trog on one here.
Not a bad card to have. It's got the Flame Tongue to be able to buff it on the following turns as well.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely a strong opening here for Lead Paint. Pizza Supreme, though, no slouch on the opening. He's got Shadward Paint and the Cleric as well. He can choose to pain this turn if he wants to try and play around the Flame Tongue buff up, but that walks right into potentially Totem Golem. So we most likely see him just go with the Cleric.
Yep, and he has the Pain. That's a pretty good card against Shaman, traditionally. We see Lead Paint here with the Flame Tongue Totem. This card is insane. versus Priest right now.
Mm-hmm. It's the sauce. A raid leader in another deck. It's a card Pizza Supreme has in all of his decks.
Mm-hmm. Zixo actually said he keeps Flame Tongue Totem against Dragon Priest as aggro shaman with nothing else. Yeah, I agree. The card is absolutely insane. I think that when Blizzard talks about the stats of Dragon Priest versus aggro shaman, or you look at the VS Data Reaper, these aggro shaman players aren't doing things like keeping the Flame Tongue, because in my experience, with two experienced players,
the shaman's favored.
The shaman is pretty favored.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Flame Tongue Totem's a big part of that. That card is got to be by far one of the most broken cards in all of Hearthstone.
Definitely one of the better ones. Another thing is that while you may think the aggro shaman deck plays itself and it's so simple, and while it does have amazing cards, burn cards are a tricky thing. You know, It's spells that can go face or also kill minions. There's a lot of decision points with them because they have so many options. If you want to go all in, or if you just want to remove some minions to protect your minions so you can get more repetitive damage in.
Yeah, but if you protect your minions and then you get board cleared, then you got no burn to follow up. So you got to kind of walk that tightrope, identify the way to get through that.
Exactly. And I think a lot of players don't do that right.
Taking out the Trog instead of the Flame Tongue might cost Pizza Supreme in the long run. The Trog did get threatened to grow, and the Flame Tongue, though, that threatens to make every single totem and every single minion that lead plays extremely dangerous.
Yep. I think we're going to see him go with the claws here, not wanting to overload too much going into his next turn. Probably to see him throw out a hero power.
And Pizza Supreme's just left with a bunch of cards in his hand that are only good if you have the board, and he does not have the board. So this Shattered Sun Cleric and this Raid Leader are not going to be able to get a lot of work done.
Yeah, Raid Leader not good, and we don't have a lot of minions.
Mm-hmm. It seems to be a constant struggle with Pizza Supreme's deck building choice here. He's got all of these great cards that work so well if you have significant board control, and he's just unable to get the board control in the beginning.
Sen'jin, though, coming down, throwing the Power Word Shield. Now the Flame Tongue's going to show its power here.
Yeah, you see the insane ability of it just to do so much damage. The Flame Tongue is already threatening 6 attack on the board. That's a 6/3 for 2 mana right now. It gets to trade in all of those minions. They just slide along, just pow, 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 all trade in, dealing massive damage.
Exactly. Brah, brah.
Yeah, just disgusting. It's a monster totem. That's what they should call it.
He's
totem.
Even got 2. He's even got 2 Flame Tongue totems. Oh, yeah. That's a campfire.
Oh yeah, he can. It's a bonfire. He can light it up
with the lava burst.
Oh, lava burst too. Throw it on top of that. Now you're just, you found a car on the side of the road and you've just gassed it. Yeah, this is explosive.
See him take the trades here, drop the golem, take the board back. And without any board clears, if it's Supreme's hand, it's looking kind of shaky.
Argent Commander can come down next turn to try and take back some of this board, but it's too little, too late. The Sen'jin's going to get plowed over by this this Totem Golem. It's just buffed.
Or no, Firebat. Argent Commander is one of your favorite cards.
It's one of my favorite cards. Argent Commander is a good card.
You love taking them to Northrend.
I love taking people to Northrend. I think Argent Commander finds its way an acceptable place in a lot of metagames.
Probably not anymore, but for a long time.
Well, with the Pirates, it's kind of difficult because it's too slow. But prior to Pirates, I think you could live till turn 6. But now, if you're not playing Reno on turn 6, you're kind of dead.
Ever since we've seen an increase in like the death rattles with cards like Haunted Creeper, or just like an increase in minions that are little being more effective later in the game, Divine Shield has really lost a lot of value. Well, I mean, rare to find a good Divine Shield card.
The spiders and stuff are gone now.
Yeah,
replaced by the patches. But in that little mixed period where there were no spiders and no patches, Divine Shield was the sauce.
Secret Paladin. I mean, obviously Divine Shield's insane on cards like Minibot or a... What's the Paladin? The new Paladin legendary? Bristlebrand?
Yeah,
Bristlebrand. That guy's good.
He's all right. You play him to try and stop aggro, and he doesn't do a great job of stopping aggro. You still usually die.
I mean, he has Divine Shield. He's got Taunt.
He's good, but there's not enough support from the rest of the class. So you
And
still
we
just
see
get
Lead Paint taking Game 3 and the series. Moving on to round 2, continuing the trend of known players over random players. But while the random players seem to be losing here today, at PAX East last year, a random player actually won the tournament. A local, Ducata. I actually lost to him in the tournament.
Sweet.
A lot of good players lost to him in the tournament.
Sometimes the local heroes are the ones that come take it. Not today, though. Pizza Supreme getting knocked out by Lead Paint. Turns out pro players sometimes are pretty good.
Yeah.
Well.
And we see another bring the best deck approach.
Wow.
Frodan with the control deck, but Lead Paint with the best decks, which is a typical approach that the Gnostic boys take.
Yeah, I mean, Frodan also brought all the tier 1 decks, so yeah, the guy that's brought the tier 1 decks.
Control Warrior, but
okay, yeah, but all right, so tier 1.
We didn't see the Shaman. Hopefully, there's a Bog creeper in there.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, a lot of times you're going to see people bring just copies of the tier 1 decks are going to have the most success. The Pizza Supreme creative G-Bow Hunter not able to get the job done. But we will be back with more games once more players get set up. The GEICO Gaming booth. We'll be right back in 5 minutes. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. More games right after this.
Welcome back to the Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft Major at PAX South, put on by Onog, One Nation of Gamers, sponsored by GEICO Gaming. And a good place to get insurance for your lead paint problems.
Good. Yeah, I mean, during our last match, it definitely looked like our Street Fighter champion had some lead paint issues that he needed to get insured. But this upcoming match is going to be Strife Crow versus I don't know. And it's not I don't know because I don't know who he is. It's I don't know because that's his name. His name is I don't know. And I don't know what's going on with his lineup, but there's a Paladin in there. Do you think we're in a store for some more basic decks, or do you think this is going to be raid leaderless?
I don't know.
Yeah, we get his name, but I mean, what's your opinion?
His name's actually I don't know. He's
Okay.
a little stutter there. I think that we could see.
It might be anything. He's got Mage, Warlock, Shaman, Paladin. These are all real classes in the metagame.
They are, and some people just love to play anything. They really do.
That's
They
true.
love to just play the
It is a
Paladin
fun
deck.
deck.
I think it's fun too. Murlocs, Tribe, something you don't get to see in Hearthstone that often. Tribal decks, pretty common in other games. But yeah, like mechs were fun.
I don't know, though. I didn't even mean to say it that time. But anyway, Paladin, even if it is the Murloc variant, struggles against Rogue, Aggro Shaman, and Pirate Warrior, and also Reno Mage. So all of the decks in Strife Crow's lineup just farm anything Paladin. So if that is anything Paladin, it's going to be pretty tough for him to get through. And it looks like the admins just told us that the players have a shaving green light. Some autocorrect going on there. The green light to start shaving for the match?
Yeah, Strife Crow showing us the same lineup most likely as we saw from Lead Paint. Something to look towards, though, is if the Mage was tempo. We didn't get to see it this round since it's banned out. Pretty typical ban against Strife Crow. He's a huge Mage player. He likes the Grinder Mage, which is now the Reno Mage. Yeah, and also what Shaman decks people are going to be bringing. I think these are the two big talking points as we move further in the next rounds of the tournament. There's a lot of Shaman decks popping up. You got the Jade Mid Shaman with the Pirates. You got one without Pirates. You got some people just playing regular Mid Shaman, getting those Lightning Storms in there. So
I definitely know that Strife Crow really enjoys the Jade Shaman builds. He was even running the new Discover card, the
Finders Keepers.
No, the Jade Agents.
Lotus Agents?
Lotus Agents, yeah. He was running that in his Jade Shaman on ladder. He was getting...
That's why my opponents the last 2 days have been playing Lotus Agents.
He's top 100 with Lotus Agent Jade Shaman. So he's just got some wacky deck, and he's got the Overload Ancestral Knowledge in there. Yeah, he's just...
Ooh, we see it here.
It's filled with some traits in there. And it looks like, I don't know, here is rocking some sort of N'Zoth Paladin. We do see a Sylvanas, which makes me think that there's going to be less raid leaders than the past few matches.
Ooh, a Gnomish Inventor. I haven't seen that card since the Patron days. Prior to that, a little bit of Miracle Rogue.
Yeah. Quality combos.
Not the worst card, though. Decent stat line.
Better than Raid Leader.
Yeah, it works well with cards like Consecration because you have a little bit of health to make some good trades, some bumps, and then pick up the extra health with the Consecration that does AoE damage.
Sure.
Strife Crow, you get to top 100 with the deck, you tend to bring it to a tournament.
Yeah.
With this, looks like Jade Shaman. We don't know if it's quite his build yet.
Mulligans away the claws because he already has the other claws. So Mulligans away Jade claws to keep the Spirit claws.
Spirit claws a lot better than Jade claws versus Paladin, since Paladin usually just has little 1/1s to clean up at the beginning of the game.
That's faux show. And we see those little 1/1s coming out right now. Reinforce for the Paladin player. Typical Paladin early game. A lot of times they try and hero power and then retake the board later on with quality combos and then develop either their, Death Rattles in the N'Zoth variants or Murlocs in the Murloc variant. But basically they do nothing for the beginning, sweep the board back, then take a big turn developing. Whereas Jade Shaman's going to try and constantly develop while buffing their Jade ticker, but they need to try and not overextend into the equality clears so they have enough Jade cards to reload with after the fact.
Yep. Eldor, Peacekeeper, Spellbreaker, cards that aren't too good against Jade cards. Eldor, yeah, you can bring a Jade down and attack, but usually there's more Jades coming and they're even bigger and better.
Rip Jungle Panther, that spell power totem roll coming up pretty huge for Strife Crew there. Allows him to Maelstrom portal down the Jungle Panther. We see him even squeezing out an extra hero power here. He wants to start accumulating totems. He doesn't need the coin for anything in the future, really, since he's got 4 drops for days ahead of him.
And this is where the high health of the Gnomish Inventor could come into play, but he decides to go with the Consecrate instead, getting rid of Strife Crow's whole board, passing him initiative.
Oh, he's afraid of the totems. He's afraid of the power that the totems could represent if it's an aggro shaman build. And now he's seeing the Jade Spirit come down. He's probably wishing he held on to that Consecrate. Looks more like some sort of Jade / mid-range shaman rather than the initial aggro shaman, which you have to imagine, I don't know, was thinking it was potentially aggressive builds.
Although it would be rare to see an aggressive shaman totem twice.
Hey, stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened. In fact,
sometimes they just have a bunch of lobbers.
Sometimes they do. That's a bad hand. That's the kind of hand you're looking for Strife Crow to have if you're going to beat him.
If you run a double Spellbreaker, that's for sure. What silence targets are good in the current metagame?
Rogue.
Rogue, okay, sure, yeah. Maybe
double
that's the...
Eldor, double Spellbreaker.
Okay.
The Argus, also good versus Rogue.
The target Rogue lineup. Maybe that's what I don't know is going with. Strife Crow does have Rogue in his lineup, so we could see all these tech cards maybe come to fruition later on in the series.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like you said, right? If you don't have many cards, you got to try to come up with something.
Come up with the secret next level plan.
Yep.
Aya is so insane. In any Jade deck, whenever you play Aya, your win rate just goes up a ridiculous amount, especially if it's on exactly turn 6. It's one of those super power cards. Most decks in Hearthstone that are good have some card that if they draw it on curve, it snowballs their win rate upward. And Aya is one of them for the Jade decks.
Yeah, Aya's so iconic that I actually know her intro sound. Golem Tower, girl's best friend.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you don't even play with sound on.
Nope.
That's how effective the card is.
Couple options here for I don't know. You can silence the Aya.
Seems like a good first step, yeah.
Play the Eldor over on it too. This is the best use of Eldor in this matchup because if you wait to Eldor bigger things, there'll be bigger things. So you want to try to get tempo with it rather than try to make like a 7/7 Jade go down to 1 attack.
Yeah, because if you make the 7/7,
you're usually losing.
Yeah, if you make the 7/7 go down to 1 attack, then the 8/8 comes out.
Exactly. Jades, so unforgiving.
Well, Strife Crew's got the ability to just drop a Mana Tide here without overextending if he wants to. It cycles a card at least when you play it, so it's not really an overextension of resources.
See a Lightning Storm in Strife Crew's deck. Probably didn't want to show that on stream. Probably wanted to keep that one hidden for his future rounds. It's a tech choice at this point in the meta, and it's definitely one that could affect his opponent's play in the future.
Yeah. It's pretty standard to have at least one Lightning Storm in the Jade Shaman decks. Floating around.
Personally, I don't play one, but a lot of people do.
He's not even playing the Sea Giant here. He wants to get even lower costing than 1.
Afraid of the Hex, maybe.
Maybe afraid of the Hex, yeah. Try bait out Hex on a Loot Hoarder. Maybe they'll try and deny the draw like that, and then you can get that Sea Giant down a little bit later.
Strife Crow not buying it. Ooh, the ooze. This just shows you there's a lot of people out there, man, that are just playing Hearthstone. You know? They're playing the ladder with whatever cards they do have. He opened a gold Twilight Drake. Throw that in there. He's just trying to make the best of what he's got. We forget these people exist sometimes, Firebat.
So these are the people making fun of my plays in Twitch chat.
I don't know about that one.
I mean, you could taunt up the Sea Giant, last wall of defense. Board's looking mighty scary. A lot of damage coming in.
There's really no good way to protect the Doomsayer to get it to go off.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're going to see him go with the hero power. Try to squeeze some value out.
Gotta squeeze that value.
And the taunt. He's going to be met with a Hex. Unfortunate.
Yeah, not getting a lot of value.
Smiling a lot, though.
He's got to play Sea Giant so cheaply. That feels good. It's a fun time. It's exciting.
Free stuff always feels good, Firebot.
Yeah, but even the tempo of Sea Giant is no match for the tempo of Hex, and Strifecrow's board's just going to keep chugging along, connecting so much damage, developing even more. He's getting kind of cocky, though. That is a bit of an overextension. If the equality combo comes out from, I don't know, he might be able to sweep it back in his favor, but Strifecrow feels confident knowing he's getting an extra card off Mana Tide to play that 5/5 out there as well. And see, there's that Lotus Agent I was talking about. You can't outvalue the Crow. He plays very, very value-dense decks.
A Healing Wave with double Genu Water Speaker. Strifecrow probably wishing his opponents would have banned this deck.
Oh, yeah, because
even though he has been playing it on stream, he doesn't want to show all this in future rounds when he starts playing people.
That's one of the big competitive disadvantages in one of these majors is if you get picked to go on stream, everyone gets to see your decks and you don't know what their decks are, so they can go back and watch the VODs if they know you played on stream, figure out what you're playing. You have no idea what they're playing, and you just at a strict disadvantage for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's a true story. That's why in 2014 I wasn't the world champ, but you know that?
Why? Someone knew what decks you were playing, and what happened? What's the story here? Sounds like you got some salt.
Strifecrow picks up a game 1 there. You know, it's not really salt. I just it was qualifiers to BlizzCon 2014, and the first round they wanted to stream me. They said, "Hey, can you stream for us?" And I said, "No." And I don't know if you remember what it was like in the chat room, but no one was willing to stream. They were asking people like you and Admirable, and you were all like, "No way, are we streaming?"
Yeah. I mean, it just puts you at a disadvantage when you're trying to earn money.
Yeah, my opponent at the time, gosh, I can't remember the guy's name now. He Kuwabara or something. He played. He was a player in the scene then. He was decent. He said, "Well, I want to stream," so he streamed the game, and I beat him with a Bloodlust in my Shaman deck, and then my opponents in the future rounds played around it, and one of them even told me, "Saw you play round 1 on stream, so I knew you had Bloodlust, so I played around it." Not a common card at the time. Not at all. Also, I played a Thalnos, which was not popular in the Shaman list. But Earthshock was quite the tool back then.
Oh, I remember Earthshock, yeah. Sometimes people start teching it in nowadays, too. Saw G2 play an Earthshock in their Trinity series lineup.
I tried the old single Earthshock recently in Shaman. It's a lot better on the Asia ladder where they play a lot of Druid. Strifecrow picking up the Pirate.
What do you think about the Chillwind Yeti, though? That's even more old school than Earthshock. That's a blast from the past. I don't know about that one.
Chillwind Yeti can't ever be that bad.
That's true. It's a 4/5. Ooh, opting to go with the ping instead of the Frostbolt.
I don't know what Chillwind Yeti's intro is, but I'm pretty sure it's that one song.
That one song? There's a song for Chillwind Yeti?
Yeah, you know, it's cold outside and then need somebody to love. That plays when he comes into play, right?
I've never heard that song play when a Chillwind Yeti gets put down on the field.
No, but you now have heard me sing. Maybe I didn't give you the dance, but I gave you a little bit of song.
Terrific. The Chillwind Yeti songs. Strifecrow just clubbing away with his pirate here. Looking to try and maybe set up a questing adventure next turn, can buff it up a little bit, or even an Edwin can come out next turn and be quite large. Gonna opt to Frostbolt now for, I don't know.
Interestingly enough, if he can get down a taunt and play the mirror entity before Strifecrow makes a big Edwin or even plays a Drake, they could be pretty good. Mirror entity is a good card against the Rogue.
Might be
Traditionally.
able to lock him out of the game here. I don't know. It doesn't have a bad hand. That's
No,
for
not
sure.
at all. Strifecro just throwing out the Questing Adventurer. Not even using the backstab or anything. Saving it for the Edwin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great time to just drop a Chill Wind Yeti, though. Test the board quite nicely. Or you could think about the Mirror Entity, expecting your opponent to play Azure Drake on turn 5. Maybe pick up some value there. Or it's going to be super defensive here from, I don't know, though. He's just going to fireball it away.
I don't really like that with the two taunts on the board. I think you gotta start developing and start getting the ball rolling for yourself here.
Seems
Especially
like
with a hand like this. Now you're gonna be behind. You're not gonna be able to develop mirror entities to try to even the board out.
Yeah. I agree with you there. I think it was a bit of an overreaction to the card. If you fireball it, then your opponent can just play Tomb Pillager or Azure Drake and maintain tempo and get ahead. You need to kind of develop into it and force them to commit playing a bunch of spells, then fireball it.
Also, Fireball does 6 damage. There's no way Strifecrow's playing 4 cards next turn.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely, but I guess, I don't know, fellas, like, you know what, I'm at an advantage in this matchup. I just need to make sure that questing doesn't go out of control and I can ride that advantage to victory.
Ooh, I really wanted to see the coin on the mirror entity there. Maybe snipe that Edwin right out of the hand.
Lepergnome's a good card against Rogue. They don't have a lot of taunt or heals. No taunts or heals in Rogue, so Lepergnome gets in a lot of work.
I think we're going to see Strifecrow go ahead and drop that Edwin.
Mm-hmm.
Would have ended up with a Questing Adventurer instead of an Edwin if we had played the mirror entity last turn. We do have a Flame Strike, though. That card's pretty good against Rogue.
Flame Strike's not bad, for sure. Able to clean up some stealth gadgets and auctioneers or just their general 4 health minions. And we can see it come down here.
This is exactly what I was talking about when I said that Frozen's Rogue deck lost 3 times to basic decks in an open tournament. Rogue is actually susceptible to basic cards.
Yeah.
I think it's a thing.
Flame Strike just eats Rogues alive.
Yeah. Chill Wind Yeti, not even that bad.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't die to Eviscerate, right? Like, it's out of range.
Yeah. Tenjin lines up against the Pirates. Mm-hmm. Fireball. Solid card.
So you're telling me my next tournament I should just rock basic Rogue?
Basic Mage.
Basic Mage, yeah, to counter the Rogues. My all Rogue lineup, I should just rock some Arena Mage, just old school Trump style. Remember that back in the day where Trump played Boulder Fist Ogre in a tournament?
Less that. I'm telling you, less that, Fireball. I'm telling you more that there's some innovation to be made out there that people really aren't embracing, aren't thinking about. When you see a deck like this that's running just basic cards, and you think about how it matches up and how some of these cards do well, maybe you can slot some of those cards into your constructed deck. Hoy just hit rank 1 today with a Frost Ellie in his anti-Shaman Reno lock. Frost Ellie, the 5/5 for 6 mana, just freezes a minion.
Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah. I buy that. I definitely am a big fan of weird cards. I love playing some wacky decks, so believe me, I've played Frost Ellie before. I've played Raid Leader before, and I played Chill and Yeti before, and I'd do it again.
A lot of people used to play Chill and Yeti.
Oh, yeah. It used to be standard.
One of Amnesia's favorite cards, actually.
Wow. It's not a good card for your favorite card, though. It's kind of vanilla. I don't know. Like, of all the different flavors of Hearthstone cards.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to rock that? Yeah, I mean?
Yeah, we see a Flame Waker from Strifecrow that he got with the Swashbuckler. That's a pretty good one to get. It's probably going to do him pretty well as he is a... Ooh.
It's got to be like one of the top 5 things you can get in Rogue. It's a Flame Waker.
How good would Flame Waker be as a Rogue card?
Oh, man, I'd play 2 of them in every Rogue deck.
But I thought you didn't like Flame Waker.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like Flame Waker, but in Rogue, you got enough missiles, it doesn't matter. You just hit them with 30 missiles and they'll die.
We see Strifecrow taking game 2 there with his Rogue deck versus the Mage. The only question I have for you, Firebat, is if you add Flame Waker to Rogue, is it less of an art and more of a water painting then?
Oh, I think it devolves to finger painting at that point, right? Like
finger painting. It's in the middle, or where are we at here?
Well, finger painting is clearly more savage than watercolors. Like watercolors, you at least add
You're
water
still
to
using
it.
a brush?
You have a brush of some kind, right?
Okay.
I haven't watercolored recently, but I assume there's a brush of some kind, some sort of utensil, some
Yeah.
wide stroke.
Most of the time
fan
when I
sort of
see
brush.
finger painting, it's usually kids, and kids are definitely savages.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
they don't know etiquette yet. They aren't quite grown up. They don't know how the whole real world works.
The real world, yeah.
It's a scary place with real rogue decks.
There's a lot of real rogue decks in the real world. And real warrior decks. Some pirates. Yo-ho, a pirate's life for me.
Yar-ha-har, Firebat.
All right. Brad, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Why are pirates pirates?
I don't know. Why are pirates Firebat?
Because they are. Get it?
I should have seen that one coming.
Yeah. That one's good, though. That one's good. You gotta appreciate that one.
It's solid. It's solid. Too bad he didn't get the Mana Worm return earlier. I could have played it. Throw out the Knife Juggler instead. A little offering to Strife Crow's amazing draw here. Gets the Cultist on the weapon, has the Frothing. I mean, this is just exactly what you want.
Knife Juggler, recently nerfed card. No match to the current pirate metagame.
I thought you were... Yeah, Knife Juggler wouldn't be good right now with a 3-2.
No.
I thought that you were asking me why Blizzard decided for pirates to be pirates. Like,
no, I was just making a dumb joke.
Yeah. I was a couple levels ahead of that. I was like, well, they could just be something else. Like, they could just be thieves.
You're overthinking it way for... This was no seriousness intended.
Mm-hmm. Able to push a lot of face damage here. Has the Arcanite Reaper. That's going to do a lot of damage. It's hard for Mage to deal with the Frothing without the Fireball. So that's going to do a bunch of damage. It's not looking good.
Showing Yeti is a bit slow here. He's going to get the Mirror Entity out. Maybe the Secret will be able to confuse Strifecrow.
Not too effective against Strifecrow's current hand. Ooh, that changed a bit. Strifecrow playing around it.
He's got the read. He knows the Mirror Entity's coming out. He's seen the basic cards. Puts 2 and 2 together. Maybe Googled the basic deck. Figured it out.
I like the heal.
I like Warlock. Taparino.
You know, trade, heal. He couldn't do it with the Frothing last turn. Just keep healing it.
This is not a value deck, man. This is a face deck.
We already have all the cards we need to win the game. Come on.
You need more cards. You're gonna run out of rum.
Cards. Rum. No.
That's cards for pirates. Pirates. When you're playing pirates, the cards are rum. You can't run out of rum.
Pirate's life for you then, Firebat?
Yeah. Drink up, me mateys. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
And it looks like Strifecrow already finding lethal, as pirates usually do.
Yeah. The rougher the seas, the smoother they sail.
I don't know, smiling. And that's the beauty of it, man. He's just having a good time. He's just here to have a good time. Strifecrow taking the series 3-0.
The third 3-0 of the tournament. It's been just back-to-back cannon fire rounds of 3-0s after another.
I have a question for you. With all these 3-0s, Hearthstone, skill game?
I mean, there's obviously a certain amount of skill, and then it kind of plateaus at a certain point, and the difference becomes less effective. But at these levels, most definitely, yeah. I mean, like, you need a full collection to be able to compete at an effective level, I'd say. I definitely think that's a prerequisite.
Some people just tend to forget that when you queue up on the ladder, you're supposed to be playing people of equal skill level. If you could just play people out there of any skill level, like you tend to do in games like Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh, where you go and play in person, you'd be winning a lot more.
There's a lot of good players on the ladder. Honestly, I've queued up at rank 16 before and versus like all golden control warrior. Like people at all the ranks of the ladder can be pretty intimidating. Warrior. The Wallet Warrior. I mean, it's not even a good
old
deck,
name.
but
Old name.
It used to be the case that it was the Wallet Warrior, right? But anyway, we are going to try and get the next round ready as soon as we can after that 3-0 there for Strife Crow. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're at the GEICO gaming booth. This is the Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft PAX South Major. Next round right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft Major at PAX South, sponsored by GEICO Gaming and Asus Republic of Gamers, and the ONOG series, One Nation of Gamers. I am Firebat. Joining me is the Rat, bringing you the action. We have up for you a real treat, Terrence M., the second-place finisher at DreamHack Austin, a consistent, pretty good tournament performer, a pro, if you will, up against Raven's Irony, kind of a mystery player, not even on Twitter, more of a Facebook guy, who knows. So lots of mysteries to uncover there, maybe some ironies hiding in the midst, but he appears to have some pretty solid classes. No Shaman again, we've been seeing that a lot. One player brings Shaman and the other side doesn't, so maybe he's got some reasoning behind that. You think maybe he just doesn't think Shaman's very good in the current metagame?
Maybe that's it. Maybe he doesn't like Shaman. Maybe he's one of those people that's like, I hate Shaman. I'm not going to bring it. We just see Terrence with the same lineup as the last two players. Like I said, the Shaman, the Mage might be different, but you still have that Rogue, Warrior, Mage, Shaman. Pretty common lineup.
Yeah, Pirate Warrior, Miracle Rogue.
Yeah.
And then either Tempo Mage or Reno Mage, and then Aggro Shaman. We've seen that consistently from almost every single pro player that we've cast, and they've all won 3-0. So I think Terrence M is going to get a nice little 3-0 sweep here. He seems to be rocking a solid lineup. Whereas the other side, there's some confusing things going on. No Shaman, for one. That's red flags immediately from the get-go. But other than that, Reno Lock, Reno Mage, Rogue would be a sick lineup. That's, pretty good. And could look at maybe trying to pin down the opponent's Reno Mage with that. A little awkward
to bring Rogue with the Warlock, with the Reno decks, as Rogue generally suffers versus aggro, so it gives your lineup a vulnerability. Also, we've seen Strifecrow is actually playing the mid Shaman with the Lotus Agents instead of the aggro Shaman with the Lotus Agent, at least. Definitely an interesting card. I know we talked about it already, but I was kind of wondering what other people thought about it. So go ahead and tweet that at us. Hashtag GEICO Gaming. I really actually want to know, because I think it's ridiculous.
You think it's ridiculous? Well, Strifecrow's apparently been doing well with it. So, yeah, we'll just have to see the poll numbers come in, get those Twitter feeds up, and try and, teach Rat how to play Hearthstone via Twitter.
I'm not saying a 5-3 for 5 is bad, but I'm definitely telling you it's not good, even when it gives you a free card.
I'm on Strifecrow's team, and I don't think the card's very good.
But we will see tomorrow how Strifecrow does with it. Maybe he takes a game. Maybe he discovers a rogue card that just gives him the win, like Cold Blood.
He's putting up results with it, so you can't argue there. But no Shaman going to be seen this series, so we don't have to worry about that coming out unless there's Lotus Agents in the Rogue deck. So it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds. I'm excited for some more Pirate action.
I told you at the beginning of the day, Pirates is what I'm looking forward to, man. I really like when that weapon hits that face. When it connects, when the Arcanite Reaper connects, a sound just plays in my head. Ka-ching! You might think that sounds like a weapon hitting a weapon, but it's not. It's money in the bank, baby.
That was clearly metal on metal action going on there.
It's money in the bank, dude.
Money in the... It's a coin going in a piggy bank. It's not even a Reaper sound at all. It's just... You're making money with your Reaper is what you're doing.
Exactly. Metal piggy bank. So it is
metal piggy bank.
A little bit of...
Well, I mean, so it's already hitting the bottom of the piggy bank.
Into game one.
Okay.
Yes, it is hitting the bottom of the piggy bank. We see Terrence playing, not the Tempo Mage, choosing to go with the Reno Mage.
Oh,
and it looks like his
already. Kazakis, that's a card you're going to want to see. Looks like a Raven's Irony also going with some sort of Reno Mage here. Brand's Bronzebeard, Mistress of Mixtures, and the Alexstrasza. Ooh, we might have a deck.
I think we do.
This might be a real game.
Ooh, Terrence with the emote. Raven's Irony, not having it. I agree. Get those emotes out of here. I don't know you.
Emperor Thorson. Okay, I like this. This is going in a positive direction. We might have some plays this game.
Also was running Potion of Polymorph, which is weird.
But not bad.
Not the worst card ever.
Awful, yeah. I mean, with proper timing, it can do quite solid work against another control deck. Disallowing, the effects of their opponent's Kazakis or Brand or Alexstrasza to come down, or even Emperor Thorson.
Yep. Do you like just getting the curse? Okay. He's going to go ahead and throw the courier down. Could have waited a turn to get some extra value with the Bran, but usually you want to be pairing with that Bran with that Kazakis
I think it's
in
fine.
this matchup.
I think it's fine to either tempo the Bran or go with the
courier.
Yeah.
We also see the Kabbalist Tome coming into the hand. That's a good card in the mirror.
Sure. Able to get a bunch of extra cards to play with, trying to outvalue your opponent.
The Babbling Book come down here. Usually people like to save this to go with the Bran, the Kazakis later on. It doesn't really do much on the board, even in this position.
Yeah, he did have the Emperor Bran Kazakis, so it's kind of interesting to play it this early. But
ooh, Raven's Irony holding the Babbling Book because he has that Bran in his hand and the Emperor.
Yeah, I definitely like saving it for the additional value. This matchup comes down to is a little tempo here and there in the middle. Sometimes you can kind of get some sort of push going on, but it seems like it's kind of stable right now. Neither player really doing any sort of aggressive push, but so that means it's oftentimes going to come down to direct value at the end.
Yeah, and with a card like Kabbalist Tome, that helps with that. Also, by holding on the Babbling Book, he helps himself with that. Raven's Irony actually showing some knowledge of the matchup by holding on to that Babbling Book in the previous turn.
Trying to get that value generated, but value is not going to help him if he can't answer Emperor Thorsan, and currently he cannot.
Definitely rough to look at a card or a hand this big and not be able to deal with something like Thorsan.
It is unlucky. This is where you pray to Pavel and launch the book, I think. If you draw
alternatively,
with Arcane Intellect,
you could
Crossbolt.
Try to shape into a charger. Maybe you just leave it up. Maybe you just say, you know what, who cares?
Well, you can play your own Emperor Thorsan and say, you know what, if you don't have an answer, you got to trade Emperors.
Yep, and we see him go with that. And Terrence doesn't have the answer, but he does have a Bran, a Kazakis, and a Cabal Courier. Ooh, draws the torch.
That's going to be a double proc on all of these super important cards to get discounted. So you have to imagine he's going to focus on trying to protect this Emperor Thorsan, get this value out there, and then be able to take the super swing turn with the Bran a little bit later on.
I'd be very surprised if we didn't see that happen. Also, with the Alexstrasza, he's going to be able to close the game out soon if he has any semblance of a board.
Setting his opponent to 15 and just pushing. Potion of Polymorph a little late. Something you would want to get down to stop the Emperor from happening. But it's already happening.
Antonidas picked up. But like we said before, with the Alexstrasza in hand, even with a Reno, if it comes down after the Reno, it'll be able to close the game out.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
The ability to make a lot of potions here. He could even make like... he could be super aggressive with 1 mana potions, or he could go for the super value with 10 mana potions.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting spot because even though he does have this Bran with the Courier and the Kazakis, there's going to be a lot of decisions coming up this turn. And we see him already taking a while. There's a lot of cards to discover here.
Yeah, and all of this is going to determine how he's going to play the rest of the game out. Like, he's either going to take an aggressive stance here or a passive stance or somewhere in the middle, and that's all determined by how he chooses to discover these things.
He just doesn't have the time left to use both. He does, but he won't have the time to think about the potions.
And honestly, have to go quick. He's going 5, so he's going middle of the road for just trying to get a decent amount of tempo on the field, but not going 1s for the extreme tempo. And this is the first potion. He's got a Courier after this as well. He's got to move.
This is a tough choice. This is a tough turn. You have a lot of choices, and you don't know where the game's going exactly. If you don't take the right spells, your opponent can actually aggro you out with the hand they have, with no answer to the Antonidas.
Yeah.
Oh, he tries to fit in the Courier.
These. Entomb.
Entomb. That's a good one.
He took
that was the best one too, I think. Even.
Yeah.
Temple Enforcer. Isn't that one of your favorite
+3
cards?
health. It's not one of my favorite cards. No, I've never played a Temple Enforcer.
I think you were trying to get me to play Temple Enforcer all of last month.
I think I might have been memeing you.
You might have been.
Yeah, I don't think I seriously thought Temple Enforcer was good. I would have remembered that. So now that Terrence M is committed to 5-mana potions, Raven's Irony potentially later on could take 10-mana Kazakis potions and outvalue these 5-mana potions. But one of the things he needs to do, obviously, is survive the onslaught of what's about to happen here, which is Terrence M able to get tons of value since he has potions first.
Yeah, definitely Brand being one of the better ones there. If an Antonitis came down, he actually would have had to
Entomb it.
Which would have been good, granted.
Yeah, I mean, he had answers to everything. That's why he launched the Dirty Brand.
Even if the Alex Strasser came down, also Entomb for that. So Brand might actually have been the best one. Ooh, Medivh's Valet. I like that card. Doesn't see much play. That's why he's including maybe the other secret in his deck.
Okay, sure. Yeah, more secrets, able to get more play on the Medivh's Valet.
Would have been good with the Brand.
Just thinking about playing the Potion of Polymorph would potentially stop Alex, I guess, but it's not really a turn where you'd want to Alex. Usually you want to try and Alex after they Reno.
He's taking it really slow. Also, the Babbling Book doesn't have any reason to stay in the hand that I can think of.
Well, does it have any reason to get played?
Not necessarily on this turn, but just for future turns. He was saving it with the Brand, of course, before, but now there's no longer a Brand in his hand. How do you feel about Temple Enforcer coming down?
It seems at its best right now.
I don't think this card's getting much more value. Ooh, summoning a demon. Add in the health. The 06s.
Oh, wow. And a 5/9 to capture Jormonger.
It is. I love the add health Kazakis potion.
Against Mage, it's so great because Mage has board clears that deal specific amounts of damage, and that specific amount is definitely not 9. It's 2 or 4.
Yeah.
Blizzard and Flamestrike.
It works well with Ink Master, too, where you can get the 10-mana potion.
Oh, yeah.
And just Ink Master it out and give all your minions plus 6 health.
Yeah, that's a powerful tempo swing for sure.
Raven's Irony with a few options.
Not a lot of
Currently
good ones,
no
though.
good way, though.
Yeah.
To handle the board situation. Like you were saying, capture Jormonger. Deck's not really built to beat that.
Well, he could try and go all face, maybe generate the 2 fireballs this turn. Start trying to accumulate the burn to close this out.
Kind of goes against the general plan we've seen with his deck, the Cabal's Tomes in these cards. But provide extra value, even in Medivh's Valet.
Sometimes you don't have a choice. He's going to make just 1 fireball, though, instead of going for the 2 here. So no shaping coming down to generate a wisp and a fireball. He wants to save shaping for more value than a fireball. It can be utilized to make like an 8-drop or a 10-drop later on. Seems like a pretty good Entomb, but Terrence M has the secrets to worry about. Just going to YOLO it. Hope it's not a counterspell.
And you really don't know what your opponent could play secret-wise, since you did see a Cabal's Tome come down. They really could have anything.
Yeah, and created from Cabal's Tome is Ice Barrier. You have to imagine Terrence is putting the other secret out on being Ice Block.
Yeah, since it can't be the second barrier, you don't expect them to run the Potion of Polymorph that we see in Raven's Irony's hand. I don't see how he's going to win this unless it involves burning Terrence M out.
Yeah, one of the issues with the value plan is that Terrence has 2 Antonitises and an Alex Strasser, so he's got a lot of value of brewing. So
he also has 2 06s. Those are really good.
And a captured Jormonger. Let's not forget about the Jormonger.
Also just good.
Well, he's going to try and clean it up. He's still trying to fight for the board. Raven's not going to try and go the all-face route. He says, you know what, my deck's designed to win on board. I'm going to aggressively fight for the board, and I'm going to win this board. And this might be some bad news bears for him.
It's kind of rough for Terrence to get any value out of the Antonitis now, so he's going to have to play it slow, take it easy. We've seen Raven's Irony use the polymorph. Ooh.
Ooh, there you go. That's a card that can keep you in it as far as the value war is concerned. Medivh can oftentimes allow you to really snowball with big board clears like Flame Strike, creating a 7-drop. We haven't even seen Firelance Portal or Flame Strike yet from his deck, so you have to imagine those are still lurking in the midst.
Interesting that he thinks that Fatigue is going to be relevant, and that's why he hasn't played the Arcane Intellect yet.
He's in it for the long haul. He's all about that value. He's going to take it long.
As we see more burn entering Terrance's hand. Not too many good options, though. Any big minion he plays is going to play right into that Potion of Polymorph. He's got to be thinking about it since there are so many secrets down. And the Cabala's Tome also came down.
Potential for counterspell here. He knows it's not that now.
That's kind of risky.
Yeah, it's really risky.
You know the original one wasn't counterspell, though, so it's more likely that it's... Ooh.
Taking the
now
draw.
he Arcane Intellects.
Wants that 2-drop, I guess.
Yep.
Not super high value out of the Medivh weapon, but...
Unfortunate that Forbidden Shaping will always just summon a Wisp.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes it summons a Tiny Fin.
I meant even if you use it for 10 mana.
Yeah.
From the Medivh weapon.
You always get the Whisper Tiny Fin from the Medivh weapon. Because the cost does not change. It's still a 0-mana card. And we see the Arcane Intellect doesn't summon a 3-drop when Emperor discounted, summons a 2-drop, so...
Interesting interaction.
Gotta love mechanics.
I want to see a rulebook, Firebat.
You're not going to see a rulebook.
I still want to see one.
Terrance trying to defuse these secrets here. If it's Mirror Entity, he could play the Doomsayer, and Raven would get a copy of it, thus clearing his board. Goes face first to try and figure out what's going on there. Sees the Ice Barrier.
Another generated barrier as well. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and make a beefy princess.
Haran. Not a word you get to say every day.
Definitely not. Temple Enforcer becomes a sheep. And there's a big bug on the board, though. It's causing a lot of trouble. Ooh, Conjurer.
Is Haran a bug?
It's definitely a praying mantis, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. He draws a Conjurer, so we do see that his game plan really is quite value-oriented.
How is it a beast, then, if it's a bug? Like, are insects really beasts? Isn't that just, like, 3 stories over the animal kingdom?
They are if they're a big bug.
I mean, really, does size change genetic identity?
Let's make sure that the princess...
All right, yeah. Double check the lore here. This is important. Is Princess Haran a praying mantis? And if she is, did she eat her husband? Because isn't that what they do, right? Like they chop off the husband's head and eat it. So
maybe
she's a bad princess.
I'm pretty confident that she's some sort of flying mantis thing. And I think a big bug qualifies as a beast. Okay. You ever seen a big bug and be like, "Oof, that thing's a beast"?
No. I don't live where big bugs are though, like the south.
Next time you go to Australia, let me know.
Okay, I'll let you know next time I'm in Australia. Just when I wander over there on accident.
You would never go to Australia for vacation? Aren't you taking a vacation soon? This is a really nice Antonitis, by the way.
This is a pretty gnarly Antonitis. When you're able to freeze the board and try and make it difficult for your opponent to deal with it, it's pretty good. Also generating a lot of firepower there for Terrance M. He could top take a Frostbolt and be able to pop Raven's Irony.
Yeah, definitely checkmating him. He also has a second Archmage Antonitis. Doesn't really have to worry about the first one dying.
He's got more gas in the tank. He can rev the engine a little bit.
Right now, Terrance M has to be thinking, how could I lose this game? And the only way he can lose is by getting burned out. He's holding Alexstrasza to possibly use on himself.
Well, I mean, there's still 2 charges of this crazy weapon up there. If Raven's able to somehow connect some 7-drops with it, he could get some work done. But right now, he's only got 0 cost spells really to be able to utilize with it. And you know what? He's gonna just say, "Screw your Antonidas. I'm gonna set up my own game plan." And he starts pinging the face, getting super aggressive. He realizes he's not gonna win the value game, and he's gonna try and siege this window of opportunity to make something happen.
I think this is exactly what he needs to do. Even if he doesn't actually have lethal in his hand, this is a good spot for him to act like he has lethal in his hand and force Terrence into an awkward play. I wouldn't even mind seeing this before. Once this game started getting out of control and the board started snowballing not in his favor.
Yeah.
By having the block up, he says, "Okay, go ahead and pop me. But if you don't heal yourself, I'm going to kill you."
Yeah, a little bit of a pump fake going on. And this Alex is just not convenient for Terrence M to answer. He's all sorts of painful trying to kill this thing.
And Terrence isn't even gonna gain the 1 health from Alex Straza because that's not very good. And he's just sitting there thinking, "Wow, I'm gonna lose this game."
Well, if I'm in Terrence's shoes, I think you just let the taunts ride. They're probably gonna stick. Maybe try and pop your opponent, force them to have to react to that.
And this is why when we were looking at the potion turn, we said it was so weird, because you maybe could have seen that you were going to lose the game this way if you were to lose the game, even back then. And you could have, counterspell. And you could have gotten maybe an armor potion or something to stop yourself from losing.
Yeah, he definitely did take low-value, high-tempo potions, but that's why he's in the spot where he's in right now, though, is because he was able to push the board initiative so much. So, I mean, there's ups and downs to every sort of decision you take in Hearthstone, and it does seem like the tempo is going to ride enough that Raven might succumb to it, but for right now, Raven's kind of in the driver's seat. If he can hold off this last push, which isn't easy. He's going in. Iron Beak.
Not the one you want to see. Ooh.
There's a good one, though. Wind Fury.
Arguably bad, but yeah. Ooh, the ooze coming up after. Terrence just smiles, shakes his head. Not that the Medivh weapon gave that much value, but you'd hate to see that. Yeah, it's an interesting spot.
He's got to clear the board.
You really don't want to use Alex because it only heals you for 6.
And the counter spell. Uh-oh.
Counterspell's a tricky card, man.
Board's going to stick. Raven might be able to snatch this one away. This could be the first game we've seen a non-pro player take in the entire duration of the tournament.
Still a little bit of game left this turn. He does have the pop, but Raven already has the Reno, so there's going to be a lot of game past this ice block. Also the Kazakis.
Yeah.
So many fireballs, though, Firebet.
So many. Triple in hand and more coming away. Antonidas able to just generate and generate. And Terrence going to be Alex Strazzing himself after popping the block. Getting his own 8/8 dragon in play. Is that lethal? That's lethal.
He can win.
GG.
Every time.
It's on the board. Torch the face. Forgotten Flame, the 06. And send Alex Straza to take the W. It's in the grasp of Raven. Does he see it?
This can also be lethal.
Okay. He's going to try and BM, go for a more creative answer.
1 mana spell is also lethal.
He's going for the 1 mana lethal. He wants to get...
He just needs to get a deal to 4 or 3. It's 4 right now. And he sees this lethal, though. This is exactly what he was going for when he did this.
Sure. You got lethal in multiple ways.
This one was a little bit risky. Forbidden Flame, a card that people often misplay like this, too.
Sometimes you just don't think about it.
And he picks up the win.
Well, maybe he saw it was there, and because you could still get the Forbidden Flame lethal after committing the Kazakis. So even after the Kazakis, he still had lethal with Forbidden Flame. Yeah,
but we see him take the win, and the Reno Mage mirror with kind of a more unorthodox build than we see Terrence M. And even with all the value that Antonitis gave him, even with the Kazakis potions and with the board for such a majority of the game, Ravens Irony was able to just Alex his face and take him out because he didn't have Reno Jackson.
Sometimes Reno's in your bottom 10, and they're able to get you over the top.
I think Terrence M could have seen that coming.
Yeah.
When he went for the Kazakis potions.
He was far enough ahead, I believe, at that point that, you just get some armor gain on some of the Kazakis potions. But he started running out of time. He roped out that turn. Didn't have enough time to maybe think through all the decisions. And that kind of cost him some percentage points there. And you can't do that. On the live stage, though, a lot of pressure. A lot of time, overthink things. And sometimes you got to follow the KISS principle. When you're ahead, just keep it simple, stupid. Take easy plays and follow the lines. The KISS principle. It's a good one.
Yeah, and as much as we know who Terrence M is and we don't know who Raven's Irony is, we saw him hold the Babbling Book, which is most people would consider the right play in the mirror, and we saw Terrence M play the Babbling Book. So maybe he had a good understanding of the macro game plan in that matchup.
Gotta love macro lines. Yeah, sometimes there's the macro line, sometimes there's the micro line, and in control games, it's all about macro decisions, all about the big picture. You don't want to watercolor it. It's a work in progress Picasso every time.
Terrence playing the Pirate Warrior as expected. Raven's Irony, though, we got ourselves Jade Rogue with Ragnaros.
A lot of times, the Jade Rogue with Ragnaros is a little bit too slow for the Pirates. Rogue doesn't have taunts. Rogue doesn't have heal. And Pirates got a whole lot of slamming you in the face. And no taunts, no heals does not respond well to getting slammed in the face.
I do love myself an Unearthed Raptor, though. An Undercity Huckster, public defender. He's in there.
If you steal enough cards from the Warrior, you may start getting bashes, shield blocks. Warrior's got great defensive cards. So maybe the best way to play Rogue against Pirates is to play Warrior.
As Raven's Irony right now, that's probably the case.
Yeah, he's looking to try and accumulate a control warrior inside of his Rogue deck at the moment. It might work out for him. Terrence M off to an extremely slow start at the moment.
Awful hand, really.
Oh, yeah, just
couldn't even play
great.
The patches last turn. Didn't equip the Fiery War Axe, so he's got to equip that now. He's going to be looking to try to buff the Fiery War Axe with the patches and the Blood Cell Cultist next turn. Denies the possible Unearthed Raptor to Raven's Irony here, and we see a brawl. Not the best.
Great one. No. If they have enough Pirates on the field that you can brawl them, then you are dead.
Shadowcaster, though, coming into his hand. Maybe he has a little bit of healing in this deck. Sure. It's not out of the question since we see the Rag.
Find some Earthen Rings, start Shadowcastering some Earthen Ring Farseers or some refreshment vendors. Get it popping off. Down to 23 already, though, for Raven. He is taking a beating.
Yeah, and with the Blood Cell Cultist next turn, Terrence will be able to swing on the face again for 5, so he's going to be pushing 8, which pushes him to 15. And with a 5 damage weapon up and a 6 damage Leroy and the Core Crown, we already see the 23 is in hand. Oh, that's the perfect draw to go with that Cultist. Raven's Irony's hand's probably going to be just a little too slow here, or a lot too slow.
A lot.
Yeah. This is a good brawl, though.
Surprisingly, the brawl, not too bad. The downside is you're taking at minimum 3 after the brawl, which is a lot, and sometimes you're taking 7. Unless maybe you throw out your Swashbuckler and then win the brawl. Maybe it's that desperate, but Raven doesn't seem to think it's that desperate. Oh, he does. Yeah, he thinks it is. He's going in. He's got, 2 minions in the brawl. Doesn't even attack with patches, though. He's so confident patches will win that it's fine.
Oof. Missed the damage.
Great.
Interestingly, Charge, not the worst card that you could get. You can charge a minion and make it removal. You're not really caring about card advantage right now.
Yeah, you're really just caring about life total.
Worst one survived, though. You're taking a decent chunk of change here. Probably ending up dead next turn. And while this isn't a traditional rogue list, and it's even slower than the current rogue list we see in the meta, this is kind of how the matchup usually goes.
Yeah, and when you bring a deck like this, If you're willing to set sail with a beauty, you better be willing to have her get sunk. So you can't get tilted at the outcome.
Sometimes, even great artists have terrible artwork.
That wasn't even good. Terrible artwork. You gotta go somewhere with that. You were just like, you slumped out at the end.
You know, I'm not as good at it as you are yet. Just
Yeah.
wait.
Just wait. You'll get more pirate memes.
Yeah,
More art memes.
Soon I'll be the one forging the sea that you're sailing on. Terrence M taking that game, tying the series up 1-1.
Yeah.
Interesting to see if Raven's Irony keeps the rogue deck going. If he's a requeuer.
And most people are a requeuer. Like if you do statistical analysis of it, the most common strategy in Conquest is requeuing. It's just kind of like human nature to requeue, and that is a predictable thing that you can exploit if you're a like more well-known player. A lot of people tend to try and exploit that against some of the newer players, and then some of the people try and next level that and exploit the fact that they think that you're going to exploit that. So you got to be careful. But if a player feels that they have a strong advantage in the series, like they feel like, yeah, I don't need to risk them counter queuing me or counter mind gamesing me or whatever, they'll just roll a dice, and then you can't mind games them. And then pick order will be irrelevant, and then that won't be a factor that you can kind of exploit on them. It'll just be even across the board.
Yeah, pick order definitely something that's come up a lot throughout Hearthstone's history, but definitely something that you can use to exploit some players, and you got to be able to determine when that is. Ooh, another patches. Got the win last time we drew patches, though.
Yeah, you don't want to draw that, though. That's definitely not the pirate you want to have in your opening hand. It's much different than having a small-time Buccaneer on one, that's for sure.
Yeah.
A dramatic shift in performance.
A whole card.
Yeah.
Raven's Irony does switch decks. We see him. He has the Reno already in hand. Really taking his time with the mulligan. We see the Defender of Argus maybe means that he's Jiraxis somewhere in that list. I like to see him just keep the Reno here. Terrence, just with the Tomb Pillager, does have the coin, which is pretty good against, well, as Rogue, but against Reno as well, coining out the Tomb Pillager. Raven's Irony looking to win this game.
No, he's looking to lose.
By getting the board early and trying to hold it against the Rogue, actually.
We might have some disconnects or something. He didn't touch any of his cards in the mulligan, and his camera disappeared, which would be unfortunate for him because he already had Reno in his opening hand, and his opponent drew patches. So I have to say, that mulligan phase was going terrific for Raven there. So it'd be unfortunate if some sort of technical difficulties here caused him to lose that opening advantage. I was looking forward to seeing him take that one.
Yeah, pretty unlucky. But we do have an interruption from a cat.
Upset as well. Your cat is like, why is the game stopped?
She's also not happy. She loves watching Hearthstone just as much as the rest of us.
Yeah.
You know, she hates to see stuff like this go wrong. Usually when stuff like this go wrong, it's because I disconnected. You know, and maybe that means I get a little upset. I get a little sad. I get a little down. She gets her food like 10 minutes later. She gets to see me be sad. You know, my cat doesn't like when I'm sad. So
yeah, it's a reactionary response to your anger towards the game.
Oh,
I see. It's interesting. That's how the pets live, like, vicariously through you. If you're like really upset all the time, your dog or cat's gonna be upset all the time. So they respond to those disconnects like you would.
You know that cats actually think that humans are just bigger cats.
Really?
Yeah, it's a theory. It's out there.
Hey, it's like no one can read the mind of a cat, so they don't know for sure. Like, how do they possibly confirm this?
Well, you attach the cat to a little brain machine.
Okay, brain machine.
Then you have the cat look at another cat, and you see which neurons fire. And then you have the cat look at a human and see which neurons fire.
What if those are the neurons that fire when they just, you know, object permanence and stuff like that, when they just identify that something exists?
I mean, if the same exact neurons, and there could be a lot of them, you know, more than just one, are firing.
Yeah, but I mean, they can't probably detect neurons like individually, so they're probably generalizing already, right?
You know, the cat brain's kind of small. Maybe this is just something. This is something I've read.
Okay.
It's a theory. It's out there. You can read up.
I mean,
on it if you
I'm not a
want to.
reader, so I'll just take your word for it. I'm more of a TLDR, skip to the comments sort of guy.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
What about your
that's where
personal experience? Do you feel like your cat thinks you're a bigger cat, or does it think you're a bat?
Well, when my cat is with my other cat, right? I have two cats.
Okay.
And then
That
one
changes the
cat.
whole dynamic.
Oh, it
See,
doesn't
my
work.
house is just a cat and a rat.
Okay, well, I have two
Totally.
cats and a bat. But anyway, so the two cats fight with each other all the time. Like, they run around tackling each other. My cat has never once tackled me. But the two cats tackle each other and play
That's because
together all
you're
the time.
bigger. It knows if it tackles you, it's not going to be effective.
Well, no. One of the cats is like a really small kitten, and the other one's like a big cat, like big. So, like, one is 3 times the size of the other one.
Big.
Yeah. Like, it's chunky. It is yeah.
Does it attack you while you're in bed?
What? It doesn't attack me or anything. It'll like lay on me. I will just cuddle.
My cat does that too.
But like it attacks the other cat, but it doesn't attack me. So I don't think it sees me as a cat. I think it sees me as, the guy that feeds it. So it's not trying to piss me off.
I understand. My cat also doesn't really try to piss me off. It also likes laying on my neck, on my shoulder.
Oh yeah, my cat loves jumping up on the chair right here, just like chilling on my shoulder.
Well, we're waiting for some on-site difficulties here. We'll keep you updated as we go.
Yeah.
Other than that, we're just hanging out. I have a cat right here, actually.
Yeah. The #1 fan of the Onog stream.
Yep, she really is. TH3 cat.
Manager. Yeah.
Does not manage my Twitter, unfortunately. She's not very good at typing, but she does like to step on keyboards.
Does like to step.
I think there was a disconnect, and there's going to be a re-game, it looks like. So we'll have that coming for you pretty soon here.
Cool.
You got a little bit of cat action. Not a dance, but you got a song, you got a cat. By the end of the day, who knows? I'm not promising anything, though.
I'm pretty sure it was an aggro priest. Like, you're kind of going against your word already by not dancing.
Okay,
this is a perfect
if it's an
opportunity.
aggro priest, if you thought it was an aggro priest, tweet at us. But for now, we're going into the game.
All right. The rogue hand has patches again, but this time it's pre-mulligan instead of post-mulligan.
Keeps the sap.
I mean, sap's good against Mount Giant or Twilight Drake. That's what your opponent's looking for. It's not that bad when you already have the Buccaneer.
Still a pretty interesting decision. You know, if you have the sap, you're not being proactive. And usually how the Reno Lock wins this matchup is how they get the board early. I think it depends on how many saps you're playing. I'd have to guess that maybe Terrence M is running the single sap build.
Okay, sure. I don't know. I think his decision is heavily weighted by the fact that he has Buccaneer on 1. Because you can Buccaneer on 1, and then they tap, and then play a 4-drop, and you sap the 4-drop, and they're almost dead already.
Sap, not too good against this, though.
Not great at all against this. Soulfire lines up really good against rogue minions. Snap pick on the Fire of the Souls.
Also had the option to take a Beast patches or a Pirate patches.
Okay. Different related patches types.
Shaku. I like that card.
You
How
do.
you feel about Shaku?
I remember I was playing an open tournament against some guy named The Rat, and it was in the top 8. And I had set up lethal on board, and he had 5 mana and attacked with Shaku, and then prep vanished my board. And I lost the tournament. You remember that?
Sounds like he just saw the lines. You know, maybe he got a vanish off of his Swashbuckler the round before, and then he saw the Swashbuckler in his hand. He had a positive mental attitude going into playing the Swashbuckler, and he willed the vanish into his hand before vanishing his opponent's board. Yeah. His only out.
Player.
I mean, he saw the line. He went for it. He got it. He played well beforehand. He played well after the fact. In the other games in the series,
I think he's full of himself, is what he is. But I think Terrence M is in kind of a rough position. He's got the gadget for later, but he is behind on the board at the moment, and that's not where you want to be as the rogue player.
He does have a sap, though.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's not going to answer the Emperor. Unfortunately for him, he keeps the sap off the mulligan and is yet to find any Twilight Drakes or Mountain Giants. Raven's Irony just kind of putting out minion pressure. It's just medium-sized minions pressuring him down the board.
Yeah, and we see the Shaku, which usually means there might not be two conceals in this list. And he does have the coins to go with the auctioneer, but without the conceal, it's not quite as poignant.
Yeah, definitely. Conceal makes auctioneer a lot more poignant, able to do a lot more work.
Raven's Irony playing the Courier in his Warlock list, which is to be expected considering how greedy his Reno Mage list was in terms of value.
Yeah, you thinking he's maybe going like the all greed lineup, trying to just greed out some other control decks, win control mirrors, and surrender some points against the Patches decks, but be able to take it home regardless.
Yeah.
So the Cold Blood coming down for Terrence M, not letting this Doomsayer gets off. He wants to maintain tempo. He wants to maintain this board control that he's been able to will back.
Hellfire gonna do some damage to this though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is super vulnerable to the Hellfire. Super vulnerable. He's just, clenching his
wants to
fingers
play the
and
Courier.
hoping there's
This is a classic. Don't.
No, he's not playing.
Not caring about the Shaku. I mean, a lot of bad cards in Warlock. I will say that. Some good ones, obviously.
Ooh. Entomb could answer a giant, questing adventure or Edwin Minicleaf if that comes out. Currently, in Raven's hand, no way to answer that. But also, Shadow Flame, such a great card in the matchup. I would have to spring for the single target removal if I was him, though, because that's just what his hand doesn't have. He has Hellfire for AoE, but he needs single target removal, I think.
I really liked the Entomb pick there. I think I would have preferred the Hellfire overall.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. Useless card. The worst one that you can get. Actually unplayable. You can't even draw a card off of it when you play Auctioneer.
Ouch.
There was a game at the beginning of this format where Oskaka was playing Rogue versus Warlock, and he got Demon Fuses off his Swashbucklers, and he couldn't play them. If they had been any other card, he would have won. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah, not really punished for leaving the Shaku up. Kind of rewarded, actually, because now he gets to cycle a card off of it on his own if he wants.
Terrence, I'm using the coin there and not even playing a spell after.
Starting to fizzle out.
Yeah. And this game's actually looking really good for Raven's Irony. All things considered, he has a single target removal for a big minion. He has a good board clear here with the Hellfire and the Mortal Coil.
What about the Faceless, the Gadget, and be Miracle Rogue right quick? Get a Soulfire launching, get a Mortal Coil launching, draw 3 cards.
I like that too, but that does take away from his ability to have the combo later on. And we don't know exactly how his deck's set up.
True, yeah. Oh. And what do we discard? Argus gone. Not too big of a deal. Probably
one of the worst ones to discard. One of the better cards in his hand, but not the worst. It's nice to hold on to that Entomb.
I love seeing that Argus go goodbye. He's at 25 health. Cold Blood's been used already. He doesn't need taunts.
Taunt's probably better than the Hellfire at this point, but
maybe. Yeah, there's no coil to go with the Hellfire anyway.
Lines up.
Oh.
This is a tough turn. If he can get that Gadget Stand out of the hand and entomb that's pretty good.
Yeah, if you saw your opponent play Gadget Stand earlier on and not cycle too many cards with it. So if you can get the second Gadget Stand out of the way without them cycling too much, it's GG on the spot. And one of the situations where players kind of YOLO a gadget out, kind of like Terrence did, is when they have the second one in hand anyway. So I was kind of inclined to let the Dirty Rat rip, but Raven Irony going to be a little bit safer with it.
Taps, gets the Blast Crystal, still doesn't play the Dirty Rat. It is possible that he's thinking my opponent has a lot of minions since he didn't have the spells to go with the first Auctioneer.
That's true as well, yeah. It's a good understanding there.
But there's only so many minions in the deck that are not good pulls, at this point.
Ooh. It's the Conceal 1 mana off being able to play it. He gets to shove another 5 face, though. Terrence M getting kind of close to threatening some real damage.
Yeah, he has 11 when he wants it with the Leroy and the Cold Blood. He's already used 1 Cold Blood, though, and I think he's using Eviscerate, so he's down to only 1 more Eviscerate in deck, so he's never getting lethal. And anytime soon when his opponent's at life total higher than 15. Without any minions already on the board.
Some ways to clear here. Hellfire Bane of Doom.
I like me a Bane of Doom.
You like you a Bane of Doom.
Hellfire putting him in range to die to...
Leroy Coldblood Eviscerate.
The Eviscerate, yeah. Only one left in Terrence's deck, though. He is a little through his deck. Ooh, second Conceal. Rare to see double Conceal with Shaku in the same list.
Usually, those don't go together. That's for sure. Maybe it looks like he took the standard double questing list and then took out one of the saps and put in Shaku over the second sap.
Yeah. Hasn't used a prep yet. If he gets it here, he can use the second Conceal.
With the questing adventure, too, yeah. Walks a little bit into Twisting Nether. That's got to be a fear that's on his mind. And Shadow Flame.
Decides not to go for it.
Yeah. You'd have to leave up the Drake to go for it, too.
Raven's Irony not... Oh, draws a Twisting Nether. But he's at 14. He's got to be worried to die to Leroy here if he Twisting Nethers the Gadgets and Auctioneer.
You just pull out the Leroy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
You could Sylvanas and Blast Crystal your own Sylvanas, I believe.
That's pretty good, too. I like that play, or I like just rat twisting.
I don't mind the rat. The rat lets you decide what you want to do after with your Entomb, and if you hit the Leroy...
You win.
You're sitting pretty.
Yeah, because then your opponent tries to extend Questing Adventure, and then you take that with Sylvanas, and then it's just lights out. You just get a big old W on the game.
Okay. Don't understand.
Yeah, here we go. This play's dirty. Oh, and he gets it.
Right. He pulls the Twisting before he even looks at it, though. I don't know. It's probably just correct.
Yeah, you don't want to let that gadget stick, do you? Honestly, you probably could, though, because your opponent can't kill you with their deck, right?
You also have a 2/6 taunt that they have to get through.
Well, they could sap it and then Cold Blood and then Eviscerate and then Dagger Poke.
They could sap it, but you've seen a Shaku, you've seen a Conceal, you've seen the Questing. There's only so many spots in your Rogue deck. So
it's so safe just to Twisting. I like it. And now he's Sylvanas Blast Crystal and then pow!
Yeah, and for Terrence at this point, there's nothing. The reach just isn't there.
Yeah, take it away from him.
I also preferred the Twisting Nether last turn.
Oh, he doesn't see the Sylvanas Blast Crystal.
Maybe you can't Blast Crystal on minions?
You can.
Yep. Would have been the best play there. Has a chance to lose now.
That's 12 damage coming in. He cannot play the Demon Fuse if it were any other card.
Any other card.
He's going to need to find Reno Jackson or some other form of heal, though. Spellbreaker's not going to do it.
Not going to do it. He has no way to taunt up either.
I thought we were going to see the up-and-comer, the grassroots player, the guy with no Twitter, go up against the pro player here, but just missed one cute little micro line at the end there. Usually it's the macro lines people mess up on, but Raven's Irony here, he's got a good understanding of the macro game. He's got the big picture down. He understands what's going on long term, sets up for it appropriately. The one area of work is the play he needs to work on is a short game. You know, he's able to get to the green. He's just not able to finish.
Yeah, if we would have seen that Sylvanas come down with the Blast Crystal last turn, he would have definitely... Ooh.
Another disconnect.
Hopefully another disconnect here, but even if there is a disconnect here, I believe that it's going to be a guaranteed lethal.
Yeah, there's lethal on board. 100% of the time, Raven's Irony is defeated here. He missed the play, the Sylvanas Blast Crystal, to seal it.
Yeah, we'll see what the admins tell us, but it's likely that that's just going to be a win for Terrence there.
Yeah.
Would have been a huge win for Raven's Irony.
Yeah, that would have been a nice one to get under his belt because Terrence has left the Reno Mage, and Reno Mage typically pretty strong against Reno Lock a lot of the time, just because they have the ability to beat Draxus with the 15 burst, and they can usually maintain the threat level from Reno Lock. Sometimes Reno Lock gets on board with a quick Mountain Giant and sneaks a win, whatnot. Ragnaros is a super key card for Reno Lock in that matchup. They can apply a lot of pressure really quick. We didn't see Ragnaros in that Reno Lock, though, so I don't think it's got really the outfit against Reno Mage. It did have the...
Blast Crystal, not too good against Reno Mage. There's definitely ways to build your Reno Lock to become quite favored versus Reno Mage, even if you play cards like Alexstrasza or something.
Yeah, or Alexstrasza, Ragnaros, those sort of things. You'll beat some Reno Mage with those. 8/8s are good.
Spellbreaker is actually quite good against the freeze
effects on your bigger
minions.
Yep. So he's got at least
that. There's definitely some game there. Oh, and it looks like Terrence M is in fact going to take the win there, as there was lethal on board without any way for Raven's Irony to stop it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're moving into game number 4. Terrence M on the Mage, Raven's Irony.
All right, and this is a direct quote from Raven. The admins are telling us. He says, "My play that turn was going to be concede." And
in that exact tone and cadence.
Yeah. He's so upset that he couldn't concede that turn because of the disconnect. So Terrence M only needs to get a win with the Reno Mage to knock out the grassroots up-and-comer, the open tournament savant, Raven's Irony.
Mm-hmm.
All right, apparently it's been an issue with a power strip, and the offender has been moved to jail and replaced with a new power strip that won't be as offensive.
The offending power strip is being moved. That's such a classic thing, Oh, I'm a player who sits in my chair and kicks my feet, and then I kicked a power strip.
Yep.
Bam, no more power.
Yeah, sometimes you get nervous and you start wiggling your feet. Some people are 4'11" and their feet don't touch the ground all the way, so they get to wiggling mid-game.
Mm-hmm.
I've had that issue in the past. When I started in professional Hearthstone, I was very short. My feet did not reach the bottom of the chair, and if there's any less intimidating look than sitting in a chair wiggling your feet in the air, then I don't know it, because that is the least intimidating I have ever seen.
Yeah, we see Terrence M with the Emperor, the Kazakus, and the Brand combo.
That's the combo you're going to want to get.
Raven's Irony with
a whole lot of reactionary tools. Yeah, Courier is good though. You could generate some wacky stuff that allows you to do some unpredicted lethally things.
Pretty solid in this matchup. I actually have my power strip taped
to the
under
floor?
my desk. The power button is taped to the one direction, so I can't ever mess that up. You never know, man. You never know. Sometimes you get upset, you draw patches, you stomp the ground. Next thing you know, your computer's not on, and you have a bigger problem than not drawing patches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a little lid that covers my power button because my cat turns it off, and I taped it down to one side of my power strip as well because the cat will get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Just the right play. See, these are the kind of things that professionals are doing.
That's why we should organize tournament scenes. We would tape those power strips down. We would have everything under control. We would have it set because we have cats. You know what it's like. Yeah.
I like to see the Torch here go face with the Ooze. Holding on to the Babbling Book. We'll see if he holds it this time for the Emperor to get that extra value. I don't see why not. Not too good in this matchup. Gives your opponent a Motor Coil.
Babbling Book is sick in this matchup for just finding burn. Gives you more odds to just throw some burns.
Plays the Courier. Sees a Firelands Portal. That's a good one.
Not a bad one.
Really good. Really good in this matchup.
Oh yeah, it's the whole package, right? If you talk about the things you want like removal and value, and this is just removal and value just melded into one little ultimate card of doom, basically.
Bane of Doom.
Speaking
Here
of
we
doom,
go.
Not a bad one. Void Crusher can threaten to eliminate whatever minion gets played via the hero power button. Also potentially a huge downside because you can't hero power without killing all your own stuff.
Yeah. But you do have a lot of time in this matchup, so you don't necessarily need to just tap immediately. It is unfortunate that by playing minions instead of tapping now like you have to, you're going to be playing in Terrence M's Blizzard and Flame Strike, but
I think he's okay playing into Blizzard and Flame Strike. This is a lot of pressure. He's got Power Overwhelming. He's got Firelands Portal and Kazakus for even more damage.
It's definitely the play here. Just a little unfortunate that Terrence M does have all those removal. He's going to be able to push a lot of face damage here, and he's going to be able to clear the Emperor with the hero power after he does that.
Yeah.
If he wants.
Go all face, hero power, kill the Emperor. play down something else?
I like 2 mana, draw a card, trade Courier for Emperor.
I mean, if you hit that roll, you could kill the 5/4. You could kill the 3/5. You don't know. It's a mystery. It's gonna opt to draw first. See what happens here. This will make it more awkward to hero power.
Still hero powers.
Oh my!
A little bit of a
There
misstep.
we see a little bit of a face palm there. He did not read the card.
Though. He's shaking his head. He knows he messed up, but there's still a game to play.
Yeah, that's an interesting one that you definitely have to read when you get it off the Bane of Doom. One thing that's really fun on ladder is when you see people get a card off a random effect and they mouse over it 3 or 4 times, you know it's something wacky that they've never seen and they had to read it. So you can kind of make little reads, subtle reads on your opponent's hand based on how often they mouse over the new card they've discovered, and then try and pinpoint what is the weirdest possible card they could have got.
And we see Terrence getting an Arcane Blast off of the Battling Book. Decent card. Obviously, there could have been better ones, like a Polymorph. So it's potions he takes here with his Kazakis. More 5-mana potions.
If there was a 5/4 on the board right now, and Terrence wouldn't be able to go with this line of play, he would just die.
Yeah, also because Raven's Irony wouldn't have used the mana that he used to clear it, he would have been able to develop that Kazakis, possibly giving him even more burn. Or yeah, we even see 11 burst. 2 off.
He's got
but Terrence doesn't have any healing. If those potions don't read, I gain armor. It could be a tough spot if he doesn't go with the Firelands Portal and he saves that to finish him off.
Yeah, if he tries to collect the Power Overwhelming this turn to set up for the Firelands Portal lethal, he could be in a good spot. But Raven's Irony thinks he can win through the board control instead, so he's going to fight for the board rather than trying to go set up lethal, which makes sense. Your opponent's got 2 Kazakis potions. One could be armor. It's going to play it safe. Go for board. He's got Jiraxis. The plan seems to be stall out the board, transition to Jiraxis, push from there, which is a reasonable plan as the Reno Lock player.
One of the ways you can fall behind is by a Kazakis potion bringing back a bunch of minions, but he has a Twisting Nether, and he has a lot of the value game, and he's already seen some of his opponent's stronger cards, like the Bran and the Kazakis. Obviously, Terrence is holding the potions back, but if you learned anything from the first game, is that Terrence likes taking the 5-mana potions.
That's true. People usually are pretty habitual about which potions they take. Oftentimes, players have a certain tendency of which way they play out with Kazakis potions. Some go for like a 5 and a 10, some go for double 5, some always go double 10.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if one of these potions doesn't summon a 5/5.
Terrence seems to always go for the 5/5s. Yeah, he loves that 5/5 pressure. He's a mid-rangey tempo push sort of Reno guy. Which is a fine sort of Reno guy to be.
Oh, looks like it's not. Summon 2 minions, gain 7 armor, and Polymorph.
He's adjusted since the first game. He added the armor gain into the mix.
Goes with the Polymorph potion. Pretty solid answer to the Validated Doomsayer. If that had gone up to 7 attack, could have been a little risque. Kind of awkward for him, though. Really doesn't have many proactive plays. In the potion bringing back 2 minions, outside of the Emperor, nothing really solid.
And he needs to find Reno soon. There's a Leroy on the other side. That's 10 damage. 3 away from lethal here. For Raven's Irony.
Can't find lethal with the Peddler just yet. Maybe he'll go for the 1-mana Kazakis spell to set it up, or he'll just go Peddler, tap Argus.
You could start out with Peddler, see if you get the 1-mana spell that kills him. If you don't, then play Kazakis to look for the 1-mana spell that kills him.
You don't have the mana to do the Peddler and the Leroy, but he does get the Soulfire, so he'll have it next turn.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, this turn you search for it for next turn, and then if you don't get it, you Kazakis to search for it again. But now he doesn't need to Kazakis to search for it, so you can just tap Argus.
Yeah, I definitely favor tap Argus here. We'll see if he goes with it.
Yeah, you want to wait for Bran and Kazakis a lot of the time. You got 24 health. You got all the time in the world.
He's not scared of dying, is he? He could be scared of dying here and doesn't want to tap, but I don't see why.
It is ambitious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, Reno, that's a nice pickup. So he has lethal, so Terrence needs to play either Ice Barrier or Gain Armor. He immediately goes for the potion.
Yeah, he's definitely... He's seen Leroy in the deck before, so he knows it's potentially lurking
Gets the
around the
Emperor.
corner.
It was a pretty likely thing since the Kazakus hadn't died. It was between, what, 4 minions? 5 minions?
Yeah.
Definitely a good pickup. Still awkward, though, that he doesn't have any good proactive plays in his hand, but probably doesn't want to overextend more into the board anyways.
Yeah, afraid of maybe the twisting coming out or something like that. Gonna just full clear here, as defensive as possible from the Reno Mage player.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing that Frostbolt comes out means there's maybe not a lot of burn in his hand left.
Yeah, this is something that players tend not to think about that aren't playing at a very high level, and that's that when you have cards in your deck and you only run one of these cards, by not playing it, even when it looks like it's a good play, your opponent has to play around it for the rest of the game. This was something we saw with Shadow Flame and the Handlock Mirror back in the day, or in this matchup specifically, if a mage uses a Frostbolt, all of a sudden I don't have to play around 15 damage on my Jiraxis.
Mm-hmm. So
You can't
Jiraxis
kill
is
me
free to
in
come
one
out
turn.
later, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Which
And
is actually a
without-
huge deal, and he didn't need to use the Frostbolt to clear that
Yeah.
way.
And Terrence doesn't have any proactive minions to play, so that means Jiraxis' transition is going to be smooth and clean.
Mm-hmm. And he has no reason to worry about dying from 15 since he already seen the Frostbolt.
Yeah. And the max pressure Terrence can put out is 2. I'd like to see Acolyte ping, maybe. First, try and get anything to play. He's going to hold back the
At least play a
Acolyte.
Doomsayer.
Ooh.
Knowing
Doomsayer.
that the board's going to be empty, this is perfect for Raven's Irony. And this is where he gets to take advantage of the fact that Terrence wasted the Frostbolt. He gets to just play the Jiraxis out without having to worry
Oh, yeah.
about
It's
it dying.
the easiest Jiraxis of your life. This is...
Although, he has the Reno, so if Terrence tries to burn him over 2, he can Reno. And he also has a Kazakis to go with the Reno to gain the armor spell for the next turn.
He's got armor gain. He's got the Mixtress of Mixtures. Like, this is... If there's any time to become Eredin Lord of the Burning Legion, it's right now. This is... The throne is yours. Take your Legion. Go for it, man. The doors are open.
Yeah, it does look like quite a good Jiraxis, but maybe he's thinking that he can even take a better line, but...
There's no better line than Jiraxis here. I really don't like not going for the Jiraxis here. I mean, look at his hand. His hand is the insurance policy. He's basically got GEICO in his hand for the Eredin Burning Lord Legion. Everything is there.
Yeah, this is a situation, though, where maybe he feels like Terrence doesn't have the value to win the game, so he doesn't need to take the risk to play Jiraxis. He hasn't identified that Terrence used the Frostbolt, and there's really no way to kill Jiraxis in one turn. And he has that Reno, to gain back to 15, and the Kazakis to gain the armor potions. It's a little bit safer play, a little bit less calculated.
Yeah, based on the cards played already, Jiraxis was going to be safe. You could have the heals to set up lethals and everything.
I think it was definitely the correct play to play Jiraxis, but not the easiest play to get a read on.
Well, at least you got Fire Lord now. You got a different Burning Lord. The one-man army instead of the
So
entire
Raven's Irony's
army.
deck playing Courier, playing Ragnaros, playing Leroy combo.
Yeah, he's
Jiraxis.
definitely looking to try and win some control mirrors, that's for sure.
It's
got-
very interesting list.
Got some heat in the list.
You kind of want to hold off for the Kazakis to go with the brand, but at this point, when you've seen a turn where you could have already played Jiraxis, you might want to just fit the Kazakis in when you can, alongside the Siphon Soul here maybe, and go to see if you have an armor potion, to see if you can drop that Jiraxis down safely later.
Yeah, filling out the mana, getting the Kazakis out there. I don't think you need the value of 2 10-mana potions or anything crazy while you have Rag Faceless in your hand and the Leroy combo.
And by seeing which potions you have, you're going to be able to give yourself a better idea of your game plan moving forward.
None of those are armor. There's armor.
Yeah, definitely should take the armor here alongside probably the sheep or the deal 6. Probably it's close.
Got to be the sheep because he's taken the deal 6 already. All right, it's got to be the sheep because deal 6 popped up on the second option.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sheep and 10 armor.
And I like that potion, and I think that Raven's Irony has. We said that he was good at the macro lines, and I think that he's identified a good way to win this game is by dropping that Jiraxis when Terrence doesn't have very much going on, and then getting the armor after it.
Yeah, and another beautiful opportunity to get that switch over to Jiraxis. See if he chooses to go for it. Oh, now it's a little bit tougher. Now there's more minions in play.
Even prior to this, we know that Terrence actually had put a torch in his deck, I believe. At the very beginning, he killed an ooze with a torch, I think. So there was possibility that with 2 damage on the board, you could die.
Yeah, but there was 0 on the board because of the Doomsayer.
This turn.
This turn you could die for sure. Yeah, as soon as the Mag Soulcaster came down, it got a little bit.
Well, before the Manic, but yeah. Because of the Thalanos. You kill the Thalanos, but you still take 2, and then he has 2 6s and a ping. But we see him pick up the Reno here. Raven's Irony, healthy life total, has the Reno Jackson, has the Jiraxis for the value later on.
Mm-hmm. Terrence just has Antonidas left, right? There's not a lot of threats left in his mage build. It's come down to the wire, that's for sure. Okay. You could set up the Emperor Thorstein this turn, but it doesn't look like a lot of clean ways to really clear the board. But the Emperor discount's pretty nice, unlocking that combo for later, unlocking the ability for Jiraxis to come down with a hero power in the future. Not too bad. Antonidas picked up for Terrence M, so he's going to be able to start generating fireballs. He does know that he needs a lot of fireballs to close out this game, as his Alexstrasza has been used, and the Reno has not been used for Raven's Irony, so got to be a little bit weary of that. And Drax is not the card he wanted to pull. He definitely wanted to try and pull out maybe the Reno there. Hard to get a read on your opponent's hand, though. You have to imagine Raven's feeling pretty good about this situation. He's got all of the tools, and Terrence is starting to run out of all of the answers. I mean, he's got a healthy enough low life total to do a lot of stuff. Threatening to take down maybe like 12 damage a burst could come in from his opponent, so he's got to be weary of that. Just going to choose to go with the Ragnaros here. It's going to go face. Even with 12 damage a burst, Terrence M would have been 1 off. Terrence has a Fireball and a Roaring Torch in his deck remaining, so it wouldn't have been enough damage to close it out. But Terrence is going to generate more Fireballs and try and set up lethal now. He sees the window of opportunity, going to get the second Fireball generated. He cannot play 3 Fireballs in 1 turn, but if some amount of the board persists, or he's able to get like a 2-turn opportunity, and Reno Jackson is in the super bottom deck for Raven, maybe he can get there, but at this time it seems unlikely. So he could go for the other line, which is try and make the Antonidas stick, but he knows there's a Blast Crystal in the deck for Raven, so that seems also unlikely. We see him just try and set up the lethal.
Yeah, and we're going to need to see Raven's Irony play some kind of life gain here.
Yeah, some kind of life gain would be quite helpful. Doesn't have much except Reno, so that's kind of like they do it all in 1 burst.
Mm-hmm.
And Terrence M's going to have 4 Fireballs in his deck. The 3 in his hand and the Roaring Torch that he's going to draw into later. 24 points of damage. And that might be enough to get it done.
Yeah, I seen a game like this last night actually on Nawesome Stream, and he didn't end up getting there. There's a lot of heal in the Reno Warlock deck with Bran and...
What Raven can do is Faceless the Antonidas, launch the Power Overwhelming on his Jiraxis, Fireball the Dirty Rat, and trade the Jiraxis into the Archmage Antonidas. Something crazy like that, maybe. But then he dies, actually. unless the rag hits the 50-50. But
Let's
you know,
go.
there's some crazy opportunities with the Antonitis there, but he's going to try and get it down with the double rag.
You don't Soulfire the Reno here?
Yeah, he believes in the Ragnaroses, and the Ragnabroses are not able to get it done. Iceland's picked up for Terrence M, so some more hidden burn in the deck. Wow, that makes that Frostbolt play even more questionable.
More likely that he runs Pyroblast and Inkmaster Solia then, so that he has that burst combo.
And he has Ice Block up. He knows that he can't be lethal, so he's just going to try and set up the 2-turn here. And that's going to get it done.
This only doesn't work if Raven's Irony is able to pick up healing.
Yeah, he needs Refreshment Vendor or Earthring Farseer.
And he still needs to pop from 30, so it's highly unlikely.
He was looking like he was in such a great spot, and everything started going south there with that Archmage Antonitis able to stick from Terrence M because of the pressure he was able to put out on the turn he played it.
Yeah, that one turn that we identified where he did not play Jiraxis while it was safe really was a key moment in the game where he could have gotten down Jiraxis, started generating 6/6 for free, you know, got the armor of the Jiraxis, and really pushed his opponent before his opponent got a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
And someone who played the other game against Terrence's deck would have been able to identify that this mage deck is the slower build and that it doesn't have quite the proactive minions. So after seeing Terrence pass a few turns, it would have been an indication that he doesn't have anything going on, really. So you want to get your stuff going before he gets his stuff going.
Yeah. There's no way to stop it. The GG. I guess he doesn't run Farseer. Cut it for the Courier. Doesn't even try and tap for it at the end there. And Raven's Irony taken down by Terrence M. Able to get one game, though. So the amateur players thus far, 1, pro players 9. But, you know, he puts the amateur players on the board. Well done for him. First non-3-0 of the tournament.
Terrence M, though, still taking the win. 3-1. Moving on to round 2. And even though you may see that these matches aren't exciting, what about the next round? You know, a lot of good players.
The pros got to play against the pros eventually and start knocking each other out. It is a seeded bracket, so the people with the highest amount of world championship points are seeded, and they won't play against the other players with high amounts of world championship points until later on in the bracket. So they versed the up-and-comers off the streets first that just kind of had the open sign-up. Anyone at PAX could sign up. You could have signed up. Your mom could have signed up. Your dog could have signed up. So, you know, that's why we see the pros versus the non-pros in the round 1. And I've been rooting for the underdogs. I was thinking Raven could maybe take it. He got this close, unable to do it. But we are going to be right back after this. More action coming soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft Major, brought to you by One Nation of Gamers. It's going on at PAX South. Another ONOG tournament, another open tournament, as we clearly see in the first round matchups. And we have another one, VLPS against Inch.
Inch, the Paladin player, and he gets his Druid band, which means VLPS probably rocking a very similar lineup to Frodan with Control Warrior.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like the exact same decks. VLPS usually brings control decks, usually brings that Control Warrior. And when you want to play Control Warrior because you're known for Control Warrior, it kitty corners you into specific lineups because you don't want to run a Control Warrior with aggro decks when then you can't win against Rogue because your Control Warrior loses to Rogue.
Yeah, you want to try and get decks that complement one another to try and pinpoint out a specific area of the metagame, and oftentimes Control Warrior used in conjunction with Reno decks to kind of shut down some aggro. So we expect here VLPS to have Reno Mage, Reno Warlock, and maybe some sort of mid-range Jade Shaman or Bogchamp or some other kind of Control Shaman in there, trying to all pin down on the aggressive decks. And that could run into issues against Inch's lineup here, as we do see he's rocking the Paladin. Not your typical aggro class. Pirate Paladin, not really a thing. It's usually something more anti-control oriented, and you know what? VLPS may be up for a run for his money.
Yeah, and already we see he bans the Druid. Great class against Control Warrior, against Reno Lock, against Reno Mage. And we've only seen VLPS in one Conquest tournament on his own, I believe, this month. Sure. And it was an open, the first one of the season. And he actually won with the first one of the season for NA. And he actually won with the Control lineup, with that Control Shaman. He really likes it. He tweeted that he likes it. He thinks it's an undeveloped deck. So I'd be very surprised if it wasn't a Control Shaman. I expect the full Control lineup. But like you said, Inch with the Paladin, like
anti-control,
no aggro decks whatsoever.
No aggro decks at all. He's got Paladin and Druid, two anti-control decks. So you have to imagine it's some sort of, anything Paladin, Jade Druid, a greedy Reno Lock, and a greedy Reno Mage looking to try and pinpoint some of these control players. And sometimes that's how it goes. You try and play the anti-aggro lineup, and you verse a guy playing the anti-control lineup, and you get sent packing. So
yeah, the only thing missing is the Rogue deck, really, for an anti-control lineup, maybe over the Paladin. But there's a lot of game, even past the lineups. Reno Lock versus Reno Lock, Reno Mage versus Reno Mage, versus Reno Lock. We've seen that today. They're not easy matchups. There's definitely ways to gain advantages.
Even with a greedy control deck, that means you're favored in a control mirror. You still have to really understand control mirrors to turn that into a win. They're not the most easy games to play, especially against an opponent that is going to be trying to figure out any way they can possibly win the control mirror, even though you're out greeting them. So, and VLPS is a guy that's very good at control mirrors. He's been a Reno Lock Control Warrior fan since day one, and has played them obsessively. So you better look out. He's going to play control mirrors very well.
Yep. I don't think that we have any reason to believe either player is going to leave with a specific deck.
No, it's
although
really
it
hard
is possible. I was on a team with VLPS for a while. I think that he's the kind of player who maybe tries to get something in before they get the Paladin in. So I think you might see the
Is this the Tempo Mage from Inch with the Frost Elemental and the Shield Bearer? He's definitely looking to try and hit the board running and snowball it really hard. The OPS might not be expecting this. I wasn't expecting it, that's for sure.
Well, like I said before, with the Frodan match. Since VLPS is actually in person, he has a lot more information about Inch than we do.
Mm-hmm. You get to like talk to the guy beforehand to try and figure out what's going on. You get to maybe see his rank as you're queuing up the game. Maybe identify a little bit there.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he looks a little bit more athletic. Not a Hearthstone player.
Seems like he goes outside and sees the sun, right? Get a little tan. Sure. Maybe that's what I need to do. I need to go, outside more, pretend like I don't grind all day, and then people will underestimate me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I used to say that was a false thing, not a good meme, but I haven't left my house in a long time.
Oh, yeah. I don't own a car anymore. That's how infrequently I leave my house.
I sold my car.
The insurance cost too much. It wasn't worth it. I wasn't utilizing it enough.
That's actually why the cars got put in storage.
Yeah. I didn't want to keep it insured. It was literally a waste of resources, and I needed to keep my card quality high.
Mm-hmm. Well, we see VLPS using the torch to take down the Sorcerer's Apprentice. This Mana Worm might be able to get some damage in.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be met with a Frostbolt if it starts getting out of control, though. VLPS has got the tools to deal with this. But yeah, that seems to be Inch's game plan. He's got Mana Worm and then a million ways to remove creatures and stop creatures from killing Mana Worm. So he's going to continually, looks like, try and... Ooh, there we go. There we go. Shield Bear is going to protect the buffed Mana Worm as it gets in there for another dunk.
If there's anything I've realized while casting this, it's
Wolf
that
Rider. The bird is accumulating.
Mage is the best basic deck.
Oh, yeah, by far. Mage is insane as a basic deck. Mage takes down pro players every day as the basic deck. If you are going up against a pro player, queue up that basic Mage. You'll get work done. Pros can't handle it. It's just the counter pro.
They're trying to play around stuff. They don't know what's going on. You just expect a Wolf Rider.
Oh, yeah. I have no idea what's in store for them. Silly
has the Ronin Torch, has the Frostbolt, can clear the board right now. That's pretty good. Firelands Portal for the value later. Goes with the bit more defensive play. Playing into the Blizzard. I like this play. Save the burn to go face. Have the Blizzard. The Blizzard is board down in case he plays anything. Wow. Sure. That's an expensive polymorph, but we see the burn in his hand.
He's stacking it up. That's 15, 18 points of damage.
Not quite 31.
It's accumulating. It's getting there. Wolf Rider just needs to connect a few times.
Sheep to face. Bah.
Yeah. You ever play Warcraft 3 and repeatedly click on the sheep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually. I like
eventually Warcraft 3, it explodes, dude.
Warcraft 3, one of the best games of all time.
Wow. It's a bold claim.
It's I think Warcraft 3 is the most influential computer game of all time.
Of all time. Even more influential than like the first computer games?
I don't like that kind of this was first, so it's the most influential.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sure.
Gave way to Dota. Gave way to custom games, man. Custom games are so good.
Yeah, they're very good. Frozen Throne was a really good expansion for that.
Yeah.
Well, he's launching it. Squeezing in the pings, maximizing the damage. I love it. Something you learned with Face Hunter early on. If you don't have enough to get there, you just start weaving in those hero powers, and suddenly, you weave enough of them together, and you've knit yourself something nice.
Yeah.
These Frost Novas used to slow down the board so you can weave in those hero powers. Get that burn damage connected.
Gotta keep weaving it in. Hopefully it's playing the Icelands.
It's going for the board control now.
A little bit of an inconsistent game plan.
Yeah, these cards kind of conflicting with one another. It's going to make it hard.
We see VLPS is running Mind Control Tech in his Mage. Not super popular right now.
I love Mind Control Tech, dude. I love any deck that's like got Bran and Dirty Rat. MC Tech is lit. You get some sick combos going on.
Yeah, definitely better in VLPS's deck than it is in like a Strife Crow, etc.'s deck, where they aren't trying to just kill the shaman, they're playing the good decks. They just happen to be playing Reno Mage as one of the good decks. And in that case, you're usually banning Shaman. So you don't need the MC tech. But VLPS is trying to target Shaman. Yeah. So that's why we see that MC tech in its list.
MC tech is anti-Shaman tech.
Yeah. You don't really need the Cabal Courier.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just run Cabal Courier.
Sometimes you just run both.
Yeah. They're pretty good.
It's better than another 7-mana card.
Sure.
Yep.
7-mana cards can
probably
be
what he's doing, honestly. Considering we already see the courier on the board, and he has MC Tech in his hand.
Man, Inch should change his name to Miles, because that's how far away he is from victory this game.
Ayo. Oof. Yeah, this one's all but locked up.
Yep.
Signed, sealed, delivered. No, I'm yours.
I don't know. I didn't know what you were saying until too late. Yeah.
Just give it a bit, you know. I know that you and Zla have a thing going, but
the Reno for 4, the tempo Reno against the empty hand, just wants that board presence. Does not care about Flame Strike off the top. And that's going to be a concession out of Inch.
Interesting to note that all these players are not upset they're losing.
Interesting to note. All right.
They're having fun with it, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time. They're at an event. They're partying after this. You know, after the event's over, everyone's going out for, drinks and food and PAX parties and, all the things that people do at the game events.
I was going to go before I decided to cast. And
I noticed your background appears to be your house.
Yeah. And I definitely had my schedule set up so I could be there Sunday night for the Twitch party. Always a good time. I was actually going with a friend that's not super into the gaming scene that lives down there.
Oh, a grill?
I told him, I was like, no, you got to take Monday off. You got to go to the Twitch party.
Yeah, if you're going to one of these live events, make sure you make time to party. Making party is pretty good.
Holds on to the Murloc, the Hungry Crab. I think we're going to see a Murloc.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you accumulate enough Murlocs on the board, they start buffing each other, and then you slam down the Stormwind Champion. Great synergy. You think we'll see a raid leader in this deck?
I think we're going to see this 2-1 come down next turn, make a 1-1, and the Hungry Crab's going to eat it.
Eat the 1-1 for sure. Get that dominance going.
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. I'd like to see Blizzard make some combos like that are actually playable.
Hungry Crab combos? You're a passionate Hungry Crabber?
No, just combos where you just play a Murloc Scout and eat it with a crab, and all of a sudden you have a nice big minion. You remember Void Terror used to be good, man?
With the eggs, yeah. Eggs and honey creepers.
I like that kind of stuff, man.
Why?
I don't know, I just do.
Okay.
Besides to play the Hungry Crab naked anyways. Interesting.
Naked crabs.
Krabby Patties.
You gotta love yourself some Krabby Patties.
Oof. Thought that the crab was going to take out the taunt totem. Not the case.
Not today. Imagine that if Hungry Crab could just eat totems. The answer to Shaman, finally.
And we're going to see a lot of VLPS Shaman deck here.
Yeah, that's important information that other players in the tournament are going to be able to grasp hold of. They're going to figure out what's going on here. They see immediately Control Shaman. They don't need to mulligan for Aggro Shaman anymore against VLPS. That's going to be a weakness going into the round of 64 for VLPS that can be exploited.
Yeah, and we see the IS. Now we're aware that it's a little bit more jady than just a Control Shaman. Interesting to notice 2 healing waves. Wow, this is a super defensive Shaman list, but he still found a way to fit the Jades in there.
You gotta imagine
Lightning Storm.
With Healing Wave, that screams to me Elemental Destruction, right? Like, those cards
usually
LED
go
together.
In here?
I think there's some LED.
Interesting. Yeah, VLPS someone who, when he does well with something, he tends to stick with it. So I'm not sure if this is the same list he did well with earlier in the month. Probably not. But I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the card choices are similar in his list to the list that he had posted on Twitter.
Okay. What was in the list on Twitter?
Ooh, LED.
Yeah,
You're
there you
spot
go.
on.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense with the Healing Waves. Healing Wave's a great card to stall for the Elemental Destruction setup, right? So you take a bunch of damage from the board, and you want to clear it because you're going to die. So instead, you just heal, and then they play more, and then you clear it. It's the old bait and switch 1-2 setup. Set them up, knock them down. It's kind of like bowling, and you go in for the spare.
Okay. Are you a big bowler?
No, I'm a big Wii bowler. I love myself some Wii bowling. Actually, physically going out of my house to go bowling, though. Sometimes with some good friends, but I don't know.
I took a bowling class. I took a bowling class.
Yeah. So you do that whole the whole like run up and then they like kick a foot out at the end.
I said I took a class. I didn't say I was good.
Oh, okay. I don't know. It looks so goofy when people actually get really serious about bowling. You see the chubby guy run up and then do the kick foot thing at the end. I don't know. I chuckled to myself a little bit, and I know that makes me a bad person, but I can't help it.
Yeah, the Maelstrom Portal pretty good here. I got worse actually during the class. I was a decent bowler, and then you know how you like try to learn how to put spin on it. What's a decent
bowler? Like what's a
like 140, 150.
What's the highest score you can get? I don't even know that.
300.
And your 150 is decent?
Yeah.
That's half the point. That's a D. That's an F.
No, you don't know how bowling
on a normal high school grading scale, that's an F.
Hey, come on now.
That's not good.
150 is decent. Okay?
You gotta get at least C minus. Like, where's the 75% here?
That's not how the game works. You ever bowled Firebat? When you get more strikes in a row, your points add up a lot quicker.
I've bowled before, but like, I don't know. I don't remember what score I got. I seem to remember being 12 at the time.
Your score was 12, or you were 12?
I was 12. I think it was like after soccer practice, like after a year of soccer, then you have the bowling party at the end, the bowling pizza party.
Lava Shock too to go with the LED, and he's gonna pick up Lethal here. Going up.
Yep. VLPS just inching his way to victory against Inch. The Murloc Paladin, a little unconventional, not your typical Anyfin build, more of a tempo mid-range Murloc Knight Paladin. Maybe does better against aggro and not faring well against these anti-control decks.
Yeah, and VLPS up 2-0, only has one more deck left, probably going to be his Reno Lock.
Yeah, he loves himself some Reno Lock, so you have to expect he's favored going into this. That's got to be, if VLPS is known for one thing, it's Control Warrior, but if he's known for the second thing, it's got to be his Reno Lock. He loves Reno Lock.
Yeah, and I pulled up his deck list that he wanted to open with, and that is the same Shaman deck, it looks like. He's got the Jade Claws. He's got 2 Healing Waves now instead of 1, but he also has just the 1 Naya. He only has 3 Jade Claws cards in that list. Thinks it's enough with the Corruptor.
Sure.
Yeah, and we see here his Reno Lock was actually not in the 4 decks he used to win that open. He actually was playing a Priest. Thinks it's not as good anymore. I agree. Priest was better at the beginning of the month. Now more people are playing Reno Lock since Muzzy, the NA ladder grinder, popularized it. Also player for Luminosity, also streamer, also all-around good guy. And when Reno Lock started getting more popular, Dragon Priest, not as good.
And more players are just getting better at playing against Mage against Dragon Priest. Typically, in the beginning, Dragon Priest just really hard countered Reno Mage. But with the later builds, Reno Mage coming out, the Reno Magers also been adjusting their playstyle, figuring out ways to, more proactively deal with the Dragon Priests. So it's less of a hard counter to the Reno Mage.
It's a really good Kazaka straw. Lets him get the double potions, 2 5s moving forward. Pretty good. We do see a Sacrificial Pact in the hand of Inch. VLPS already draws the Jiraxis. Are we going to see Sac Pack on Jiraxis?
That'd be a funny way to go out, man.
It's possible. I think that I was watching the ESL Trinity series, and Admirable asked a question if it was right not to play Jiraxis because you probably would have won anyways, and your opponent couldn't have Farian in the sack pack. Now these are just small percentages and usually things that don't matter, but whoa, this is a Murloc turn if I've ever seen one. Short of War Leader, but
that's a lot of power in play. That's for sure.
Kind of bad against Kazakis potions.
If VLPS didn't spring for the deal 4,
he didn't.
Which, in the Reno Lock mirror, deal 4 is really bad. So these Murlocs may be catching him off guard a little bit here. I was taking the wrong potion, not prepared for the situation.
Yeah, just giving his minions some health, getting a 5/5 on the board. He's getting. Oof. What if he just played if he had the Shaman card, would it just be lethal?
Reckless Rocketeer.
He's got some face damage. Inch sits up a few inches in his chair. He thinks he can take this one, and I'm inclined to agree.
He's in a
I
good
think there's
spot.
an actual game here.
Yeah. He's got the sack pack for the tempo swing.
That's good.
Oh, wow.
VLPS Snickers.
Oh, man. And that's a big, nice little damage boost there. Another 2 damage gets to go in.
Raider comes down. Could have been worse. Could have been the 2-drop. Could have given him 4 more attack. That's a good card. 2 mana, 2/1, plus a 1/1, plus 4 attack on your minions. Ghost Face. Puts him down to 12. With a Rocketeer in the PO, that's 9. Short 3.
Taking a tap to look for more resources.
Tap last. Gets the taunt. Still no board clear from VLPS. Only a heal for 3.
Ooh, silence could help.
Not very good though, because it's just as effective as the Earthen Ring. Oh, MC Tech.
Well, he gets to pull both minions because Brian's out.
Yeah, still not that good because you have nowhere to clear it though. So,
yeah, VLPS is hoping there are no minions left here.
I think Inch is gonna take this one, honestly.
Oh yeah.
He heals for 6, which is really good. Or he heals for 8, which is really good. It's up to 20. The 2/6, nah. It's probably just too much, honestly. You gotta kill the brand next turn if you're Inch. Refreshment vendor brand. Just so good. Maybe if you took the value trade last turn, Sunwalker, not really fitting with what he wanted to do.
I mean, it's just a powerful minion though on curve here.
Yeah.
It scores very highly on Hearth Arena.
Until it gets silenced by Spellbreaker.
That lowers it down to a Chill Wind Yeti at that point.
Which we already said wasn't good for 4 mana.
Yeah, at 6 mana, I imagine Hearth Arena would score Chill Wind Yeti extremely low.
It doesn't take out the healing the brand. So no good way to take out the brand though, outside of the MC Tech. Gets the heal, puts himself to 16. He's gonna be able to find some trades on this board, but if he's running a second Reckless Rocketeer in there,
oh, you gotta imagine he is.
I mean, why not? You play 1.
Exactly. Even some Bluegill Warrior action.
Takes the trade, takes another trade. We have 11. We're 1 off.
Murloc War Leader. Any Murloc. There's a Murloc.
With Drain Life as well. Inch is going to get there. He's tapping. He has to see it.
I mean, as long as he plays any card in his hand, he is lethal.
Oh, the double Murlocs. Oh, he's stroking his chin.
And he's going to take it.
He gives the face.
Inching his way back into this series. 1-2 against VLPS.
His mind is blown, James.
He's going nuts. He can't believe it. He takes a game off the great VLPS.
I loved it.
Murloc action. Sometimes you go to the open tournament and you bring out your Murloc Warlock and you just win against professional players.
Man, the Murloc that came out in the last set, the Warlock one that lets you play your next Murloc for health.
Almost good, yeah. I've tried it a lot.
That card is just good.
No,
but
you die.
No,
the pirates are too fast.
That card is good.
Okay, yeah. But it's not good enough
The
in the
deck is bad.
meta. Yeah, the deck is bad and the meta game's too quick for it.
Yeah, but that card's good, and that's something post rotation.
That'll be a card to revisit. That's
If
for sure.
Murlocs don't go out of the basic set, which we don't any reason to believe they do, yeah, should be good. Honestly,
Good old Murloc Warlock. I like tribe inclusion into things to somewhat, but like I like them at the meme potential. I don't like when they become like the class identity, the tribe, because that runs into issues with snowballiness. Like any dragon deck plays the exact same play style, and it's just snowbally garbage with no thinking. So that's my fear of what Murlocs can become if they become
Zalaya's
too.
been playing the Dragon Warrior with the historians and stuff. A little bit different game plan. Yeah, agree to disagree on this one. I like some flavor. If it's tribes, what do you want? A bunch of river crocolists running into Chillwind Yetis? That's just boring.
That's not what I said. I like card text on things. I just think when every card in your deck synergizes with one another, it creates a very snowbally game plan, which can be dull.
VLPS, Mistress, Reno. Lots of heal. Has the taunt. Going face, probably not a reasonable game plan this time around. Gonna ping the face instead of maybe going for the Mistress. Interesting.
Interesting for sure. He's very committed to the aggro. He doesn't even want to kill the Mistress. He's like, you know what? You can punch me for 2 the whole game. I got Wolf Rider. I got Fireball. I got a plan.
Probably
draw cards. Try and do the freeze mage approach.
Ooh, Flamewaker. Ooh, I like what's going on here. Ironically, Archmage, not a bad card against Reno.
Archmage can get work done, that's for sure.
Ugh. Man, this Bran has just been doing so well.
Oh yeah, it's been sticking every time for
Defender is so good.
Wow, that's a lot of stats. Inch getting a little bit punished for how aggressive he's been with his pings and whatnot.
Been building up his hand size. Ooh, he makes a face there. Been building up his hand size, but not taking care of the board.
Yeah.
Has the freezes. Draws a polymorph. Has some ways to slow down his opponent. Doesn't get down the mana worm here. But I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of the Mistress, trying to keep his opponent's face unhealed. Keeps the Bran up, though, and we see Twilight Drake drawn. VLPS could have tapped there. Decides just to get more taunts down. Don't know if I like that, but
he smells blood, man. He's trying to go in for the kill. Just trying to flood the board as much as possible. He knows what's in this deck. He knows there's Wolf Riders and Fireballs and Torches. He's seen it before, and he's not messing around with getting his life total any lower. He's just going to spam the board and set up for the kill.
Yeah, his opponent is getting very low. He does have 6 direct damage over 2 turns in the form of Hellfire and Abyssal Enforcer. Shadow Bolt picked up. That'll be a good way to cleanly answer this Water Elemental. Pass the turn back. Has 9 power on board. Like I said, has the way to finish eventually, given no healing. Getting a little tricky. Demon Wrath to clear up the taunts. He'll be able to push this damage to face outside of the sheep. Archmage coming down.
It's a pretty sticky minion. Those fireballs now hit for 7 apiece.
Some more information for VLPS's future opponents. That's a good answer to Archmage.
Sure. Yeah. Too bad it's not an Archmage Antonitis. The wrong kind of Archmage here.
Yeah.
Emperor discount could maybe make something happen here with some fireballs and some Flamewaker missiles and some good RNG, but it's too little too late. Inch is facing down a lot of damage on the board.
And the reality is, he probably doesn't play any heal on his deck. It's unlikely he's going to kill his opponent in the next 2 turns. And if he takes one of these 4s, he's pretty dead. He's just going to start going face with the bonus spell damage. Clear the Bran. VLPS with the Reno. I'm going to go ahead and plop that down. Doesn't even get to. Inch just concedes. Extends the hand now. Had a lot of fun. Got the one game off of him. It was fun to see.
Mm-hmm.
VOPS taking the series 3-1.
So the pros didn't all win 3-0. The last two games, the up-and-comers, the open tournament grinders, they each got a game.
I don't know if I'd call them grinders.
All right. The one-time appearance open tournament enthusiasts, they got 2 W's on the board.
Yeah, they're like the kind of people that you find in Pokemon right outside of a town.
Mm-hmm. The guy that's just sitting in the like first area just catching Weedles all day.
Yeah, bug catcher Inch.
Bug catcher Inch. I don't know. I think we're being too mean to him. He's not a bug catcher.
Okay, fine. Then he can be a Hearthstone fanatic Inch.
Okay, that's a better title. I like that one. That was a little kinder.
Either way, VLPS winning.
Yeah. So
he's another player on to round 2.
He's catching like Weedles and the other things, the orange ones too. Or wait, Weedles are the orange ones. Caterpies and Weedles. He's getting diversity in there.
Fanatics can catch whatever they want. Usually they pick one Pokemon and they just go with that. But
okay.
I think that's all for us today until we finish out the round of 128 tomorrow and we move into the round of 64, which should sport some nice matchups.
Yeah, we're getting through the seeding process where the first time tournament attendees play against pros, and now it's going to be pros against pros moving forward potentially. So a little bit more analytical heavy games in the future. But I hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast today, had a good time, had some laughs. The players all seem to be having fun, and that's the most important thing. At the end of the day, it's a game after all. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. This was the Hearthstone Heroes of Warcraft Major at PAX South. I'm Firebet. That's the Rat. This was brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers and the ONOG One Nation of Gamers group, and of course GEICO Gaming. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more. Thanks everybody for tuning in. From all of us here, we hope you have a good night.